Reach for Dr. Answer business. Meanwhile, I indicate to our participants here, I request the students from various college and also from the school to introduce yourself, starting from the last word, sir. Can you be the last word? Please introduce yourself, your name, your semester you are in, and your college. If a technical team can hand over the mic to the other. Your name, semester, and college.
Good morning, all. My name is Kumar. Fifth semester, I'm on the NGC
Department.
Botany.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shailesh. Fifth semester Botany from the NGC college.
Good morning, IGT Boss.
Akshay Shanai, Coordinator South. Myself, Father, teacher.
My name is Suran. I'm pursuing my fifth semester at another government college in Canada, and what is my major of
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khalid Jabu. I'm pursuing presently third semester MSc in Himalayan University.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Hakimi Amko. I'm pursuing an MSc Botany from Himalayan University, third semester. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vinima Sita, pursuing MSc Botany in Himalayan University, third semester.
Good morning to everyone present here. My name is Liu Madhav, and I'm pursuing my studying MSc third sem botany at Himalayan University. Thank you.
My name is Ali Mohammed, and I'm currently pursuing Bachelor of Science Botany. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Smita, and I'm pursuing PhD Botany from Himalayan University. Okay.
My name is Roshan, and I am University.
First of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Karim Rai. I'm now pursuing PhD fifth semester in Himalayan University. Thank you. First of all, good morning. Good morning to all. Respected, dear- respected, dear- respected dear teachers and encouraging and those who are present in here. My name is Nidho Libre. I am pursuing MSc third semester botany in Himalayan University.
Good morning, all. My name is Surya and I'm from Honorable University. Thank you. Good morning, all of you. My name is Sarva Yusuf. I am from Honorable University. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Jike Saini and I'm from Mountain English Medium School, Itanagar, CYTOTAXONOMY.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Surya. I teach in class and I am from Honorable University School in Annagar, CYTOTAXONOMY. Morning, everyone. My name is Jike Ayumanila. I am in class 7. In my school, I am from English Medium. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Sana. I read in class 10. I'm from Thank you. Good morning to everyone. My name is Sumi Naro. I am from Mountain English.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa Tamang and I'm from Mountain English Medium School.
Good morning everyone. Myself is Mr. Christmas and I am pursuing PhD fifth semester in ADC.
Good morning to all of you. I am Sasari, and I'm there from DNC. And I'm pursuing my skills.
Good morning to all in all. My name is Jimmy Sante. I'm currently pursuing my fifth sem botany department and I'm here on behalf of the NGC College.
Very fine, good morning to everyone. Myself, Priya from the Government College, fifth semester in botany. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. My name is Shankarada. I'm from the ADC College, fifth semester.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tasyapi and I'm pursuing my BSc fifth semester in Botany Department at Theravada Government College.
Morning, everyone. My name is Pesam John from Theravada Government College and I'm pursuing my fifth semester in botany department.
I'm Mr. Bipin from the NCC person. BSc fifth semester from the NCC. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Charudana, and I am currently pursuing BSc in Botany fifth semester from Theravada Government College.
Morning to all of you. My name is Mamya Wage. I'm from Theravada College and I'm pursuing my BSc at Theravada College. Currently, I'm in fifth semester botany department.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yaza Rinpa. I study in the NGC Itanagar, fifth semester, Department of Botany. Good morning to one and all. My name is Toko Sermin. I'm from Theravada Government College. I'm currently pursuing my BSc Botany in fifth semester. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Myself, Taratala, and I'm from JDC College. I'm pursuing BSc at Botany Department.
Morning everyone. Myself Krishna Kumar Maji from Jivika National Institute of Environment and Environment.
From Jivika National Institute.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Neemsi Sakinso from DAPC College, Tanagar.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, can you start?
Yes. Second question.
Okay. My question was the three capacity building training program on plant taxonomy and biodiversity. This is organized by Arunachal Pradesh Science Center, Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology, in collaboration with Botanical Survey of India, Arunachal Pradesh Research Center, Itanagar. I, on behalf of organizing committee, would like to welcome today's chief guest, Dr. A. Mao, Director GSI, Government of India, Kolkata. Guest of honor, Sri C.P. Mumia, Director cum Member Secretary, AP State Council for Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, all the guests and invitees. And also I welcome the students and staff from GPUN and BSI. We would like to felicitate Dr. A. Mao, Director GSI, he joined us through virtual platform. So before we start, we would like to felicitate our guest here. And first, Sir Sri Mona, please come on the stage. Now I invite Dr. P.K. Rao, scientist, Madam BSI Canada. He is Upper Zone Director, Arunachal State Council for Science and Technology. Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Curator, Arunachal Pradesh Science Center. Sir, I wish Dr. A. Mao sir to be physically present here with us so that we can present him our token of appreciation. But anyway, he is virtually with us, so we are sending away our love spiritually to you. Welcome, Dr. A. Mao sir. Virtually on Arunachal Pradesh sir. Anyway, we will move ahead to the agenda. I request all the dignitaries present here to write a ceremonial lecture. Now, I welcome someone who is good or welcome talk. Please give a huge round of applause for the students of Bharati English School. They are very knowledgeable. Now, moving ahead with the agenda, I now welcome Sri T.V. Mulia, Director and Member Secretary, Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology, to deliver a welcome address. Sir.
Well, welcome and good morning to everyone. Respected Dr. A. Mao, Director, Botanical Survey of India, Dr. R.K. Mishra, Head of Department of Botany, Telangana Government College, the Survey, distinguished resource person, Dr. S.S. Das, Scientist and in charge of chemical section, BSI Kolkata, Dr. A. Janjanvi, Scientist and head BSI, WRC Pune, Dr. Pratibha Gupta, Scientist and head CBL Aura, Dr. S. Singh, Scientist and head NRC Dehradun, and all the speakers, officials, and here. It is my pleasure to welcome all in this 3-day capacity building training program on plant taxonomy, systematics, and microdiversity. I am thankful to Botanical Survey of India, Arunachal Pradesh Regional Center, Itanagar, especially Dr. B.K. Rawat, Scientist and Head BSI Arunachal Pradesh Regional Center, Itanagar, for their helping hand to organize this program. Dear friends, Arunachal Pradesh is clearly to be a botanist paradise. It has an ingredients of distinct types, harboring an unparalleled rich biodiversity. But due to various constraints, the botany of state is not fully understood or understand. There is a wide gap in our knowledge of their identification, distribution, and contribution. To explore the vast floral diversity of the state and proper knowledge of taxonomy tools is quite essential. Taxonomy and systematics are a basic of biological science, while India is an IUCN recognized mega diversity country and extremely rich and diverse in its flora and fauna. The forest of our state is enriched with tropical rainforests and Himalayan ecosystems. The people of our state have developed a knowledge system for using plants for the prevention and cure of diseases and ailments and for preparing traditional knowledge. However, due to not having enough skills and organized studies, this valuable data or facts is still within the head of indigenous people. Very few have been documented, while much other data is waiting for documentation and scientific validation. Outside documentation and proper scientific study of this unknown indigenous knowledge may help in exporting of new drugs in the modern world and their economic planning and sustainable utilization. I am also happy to inform you all that our new facility, Center of Excellence for Bioresources and Sustainable Development, has also launched a 2-year training program for undergraduate students, which provides hands-on training program on different biotechnological tools and their utilization in entrepreneurship. I welcome all the students present here to take advantage of whoever want to take advantage of our bioresources as center activity. The purpose of this program will be the use of taxonomy tools for exploration of biodiversity of the state, which is the need of the hour. I hope this 3-day capacity building program will help students expand their mental horizon and help in the exploration of rural diversity of our state. I request all the students to make use of these 3 days to the best of their ability.
Thank you, sir. Now, before I invite Dr. A. Mao, Director PSI
He
Government
came.
Office,
He came.
so
Dr.
today,
Mao. Telling before I invite you.
we are indeed delighted to have with us the Director of Botanical Survey of India, Dr. A. Mao. After obtaining his doctorate degree from University of Reading, United Kingdom, he was instrumental in setting up Culture Laboratory in Botanical Survey of India and successfully accomplished many projects. His book on rhododendron of Eastern Himalayas is an excellent reference book for students, academicians, and researchers as well. His first posting in government service was at Itanagar, who had also worked in Itanagar Center as head of office during 2009 to 2012. His contribution in the field of plant taxonomy is immense. It's an honor to have Dr. A. Mao here with us. I now give time to Dr. A. Mao for inaugural address. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
So, thank you, madam, for the kind introduction. Respected Mr. C.D. Mangia, Director cum Member Secretary of Arunachal State Council for Science and Technology, and Dr. Vinit Rawat, Scientist in charge of BSI Itanagar, Mr. Vivek Kumar, Curator, Science Center Itanagar, all the scientists, participants, and the resource persons. It's a great honor for me to address this August gathering, and I'm very happy and thankful to this Arunachal State Council of Science and Technology for collaborating with Botanical Survey of India to conduct this 3 days capacity building training program on plant taxonomy, systematic and phytodiversity. First of all, I'm sure most of you must be aware what is about for this 3 days seminar or workshop. You see, the scientists from all the resource persons of BSI who are going to give a lecture on the different aspect of this plant taxonomy or systematic or phytodiversity. I'm sure from that you will be able to understand. But first of all, I would like to say, what is plant taxonomy or what is this? Many people may have a misunderstanding or do not understand what is taxonomy. You see, taxonomy is a very simple thing. It is just identify, describe, name, and classify. That is the what normally a taxonomist does. So what he does is he goes to different places, suppose for survey, then he collect plant material, then he try to identify, describe, then if that is a new one, then he will give a name, new name. If it is not a new one, then which is already identified, then that is you already known, then that will be identified. Then like those classification is that is in the different family genera and all those things we do that. But then I just wanted to say is that why is this science so important today? You see, we all are talking about biodiversity. And if you are talking about plant biodiversity or animal diversity, without a taxonomist, you can't do anything. If you want to know flora and fauna of a particular area, a taxonomist is a must. He can only survey and identify the plants, what are available in that area. Then based on that, the policymakers who are to conserve also can take decision, because a taxonomist will be able to tell these are the plants here, and these are the important plants, economic important plants, or these are the rare, endangered, or threatened species in this particular area. Then based on that, forest managers or the policymakers will take the decision which are to conserve first, which are to protect first. And that is why it is very important. Then also, you all know about the Biodiversity Act. In that benefit sharing, access to benefit sharing, and then also sustainable development, we are all talking about that. But until and unless we know what we have, how can we do that? You talk about access benefit sharing. That if you do not know which plan you have, then how can you claim for the benefit sharing? And also, this biopiracy, these days, a lot of people are collecting and selling, but you must know what is what. That is why this is a taxonomy is very important. And also today's in the age of this climate change, we are talking about climate change, then water crisis, drought, everything is interrelated with this plant and animal or this biodiversity. That's why we need to know the importance of this is there. When we talk about plants, today it affects all our life, whether you like it or not. So that is why it has become more important than earlier also. So that is why this taxonomy or this plant taxonomy is very important. It's a basic science or it is a fundamental we need to know. Then after that, if you know the detail, then you can go for like by prospecting or by like studying this phytochemistry, all sort of things, applied aspect and all the other things can go like that. So that is why taxonomy is the basic and it is very important. Very important today, especially, and it is becoming more and more important with the coming of these biodiversity studies. And here in the state, you must also be doing that village level biodiversity registration or this local area. All these things are important. I'm sure these 3 days, the experts will be giving you the detail. How do we go about studying taxonomy and how we do the methodology, the various methodology, as well as what you need to do. All those things they will be given. So without much saying much, I will once again congratulate the organizers for making this 3 days capacity building, and I'm sure all the participants who are coming from colleges, university, or research institute will get benefited from these 3 days worship, this workshop. And because I'm after this, I'm going out because I have some other engagement. So sorry, I will not be able to be with the, in the workshop. But once again, I wish all the success for the 3 days workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Emma, sir. So we will now take a tea break. After about 15 minutes, and after tea break, we will resume. Before we go for tea break, I request Rawat sir to share your wisdom with us.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our respected director, sir. Because we are here because of his moral support and inspiration, sir. So I welcome you all to the first session of the 3-day workshop. We are happy to organize this workshop on plant taxonomy, systematics, and biodiversity. We have put a lot of effort in organizing this workshop, which is happening in collaboration with Arunachal Pradesh Council for Science and Technology. I am very much thankful to our director, sir, for giving approval to organize this program. He is having very keen interest in organizing such workshops and programs so that students and young researchers will be benefited. As we all know that he has significantly contributed to the upliftment of several activities of Botanical Survey of India, like Flora of India, herbarium digitization, organizing many national, international seminars, and many others. Under his guidance, our department, Botanical Survey of India, is achieving a lot of progress. We are also very much thankful that Sir has accepted our request to participate in this workshop. I am very much thankful also to our Sir Dr. S.S. Das, in charge of technical section, and my seniors and my colleagues for their constant encouragement and support for this program. I am also very much thankful to Mungyal Sir, Director, Arunachal Pradesh Council for Science and Technology, who is showing interest in organizing this program with our collaboration. His department, under his guidance, has taken much effort to coordinate with educational institutes, arranging students for workshop and providing platform for this program. PSI Itanagar is really thankful to you, sir, for your efforts. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Vivek Kumar, sir, curator of this center, along with his team, to be a part of this training program. I, on behalf of my colleagues, Botanical Survey of India, Arunachal Pradesh Regional Center, I express my best wishes to all the participants who are attending online as well as in offline mode from different parts of the country. I hope that we all will be benefited by this program. Thank you. Jai Hind. आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you, Rama sir. So after 15 minutes break or 10 minutes break, we will have a lecture series, exciting lecture series by starting with Dr. S.S. Das, Scientist E and in-charge technical section BSI Kolkata. We will be delivering a talk on floristic diversity of Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh, followed by Dr. A. Binyamin, Scientist E and Head BSI WRC Pune. We will be speaking on current status of pteridophytes in Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh, followed by Dr. Pratibha Gupta, Scientist F and Head CBL Howrah. She will be her presentation. The title of her presentation is an overview. Last but not least, Dr. S.K. Singh, Scientist E, Head of Office and RC Dehradun, will be presenting on diversity and distribution of bryophytes in India. So, you can see Dr. R.K. Mishra is finally here. I would like to felicitate Dr. R.K. Mishra. He is the head of Department Botany, Telangana Government College. I request Moisuti, I request Yakari, I request Mr. Sir to please come on the stage. I also invite Director Sir who can set the stage.
Hello. A small request is that the voice is not. I request the technical team if you can please save.
Raising the program at 10:45. He is taking time to reach here, so I request Mr. Sir if you can share Here, in fact, we are because on the opposite side, this is the case.
Respected scientists from PSI, Dr. Sharma, respected organizers, and my viewers. The topic that is theme of this conference is very important for UC and both. You are supposed to learn plant taxonomy in this is the branch that is your classical, and all the botanists or all the students of botany should study plant taxonomy for their future. Another point that the topic cytotaxonomy, and molecular taxonomy. This is the very recent, and taxonomy based on these things are very different. Initially, we were classifying the plants on the basis of morphological structures only. Later on, anatomical characters were considered, but there were confusion many times. So this part, that is biochemistry part, that is cytological part, and that is from oleanology and molecular. They are very important, and these are very useful for identification of. So when we classify plant, when we encounter a new plant, the first one is identification. You have to identify that part. That is the very basic issue. After that, you can go further in detail. So here in this conference, you are going to learn these things. How to identify. Suppose you are going to, you are going somewhere and you get a plant. You don't know this is a wild plant from a forest. So you have to identify what is its botanical name, what is the family, what is the order, what is the class, what is the kingdom. So for the proper classification and identification, this type of training is very important. Or if you want to be a scientist in future, especially in the field of plant science or plant taxonomy, you are supposed to learn this part of botany in a very fast. Must learn it, must. Or there are so many things you have to learn and you are going to learn. So this training program is very valuable for you, even for your examination. Well, in honors or in PG, nowadays questions are asked, what is the role of cytology? What is the role of oleanology? What is the role of molecular biology? In the classification, in plant taxonomy. So you can answer in a better way if you learn these things here in this level. So I wish you are going to learn very good things, and this is very valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. So, our tea is taking a lot of time. We will not take a tea break. We will continue the program. We will have our first lecture by Dr. S.S. Das. Dr. S.S. Das is working as a technical head of Botanical Survey of India in the headquarters. He had also served in the regional center of BSI in Itanagar. His book on flora of Kurukule district is an extraordinary book which also serves as a pictorial guide for the flora of the district. He was also instrumental in bringing out a book on endemic vascular plants of India. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. I now give over the screen and the mic to Dr. S.S. Das, PhD and in charge technical session PSR. He will be delivering a talk on floristic diversity of Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the nice introduction. I hope I am audible to everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this is a great privilege to be here in the Science and Technology program with collaboration of Botanical Survey of India for the 3-day workshop for the plant taxonomy, cytology, and also systematics. And really, I'm very much thankful and respected CD Mungia Saab, the Director of Member Secretary, the Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology, our Director, Botanical Survey of India, Dr. A. Mao, and Dr. B. Vineet Kumar, the scientist in charge of the Arunachal Regional Center, and Mr. Vivek Kumar, the curator of the DST, Arunachal Pradesh. I am really privileged to be here and also to be part of this program and also being a resource person. And today I'll speak about because many of the my director and also the director DST has already been spoken regarding the importance of taxonomy and also systematics and how to identify a plant and what is the identifications need for the identification of the plant where we sit there. Because as you know that this is one of the gold mine of plant explorer, the Arunachal Pradesh. And I will take you to some of the areas where we have to work and what are the things to be needed to work in the center and what are the things to be done in Arunachal Pradesh so that it will be useful for all the researchers and all the youngsters, those who are present today. And they will have a visual basics of all this plant diversity of the state. And I'm also happy, and I can also say that because I have already worked in Itanagar, I have a special feelings for the Itanagar and also for Arunachal. I also, since last 15 years, I'm working in Arunachal Pradesh area. All my students are working all the alpine area. And I would like to say that I have also worked one of the most beautiful district of the state, that is Kurung Kumen district of Arunachal. I have brought out the flora in 3-4 years back, which is already available in the regional center. And with the permission of the presiding officers, Sri Gungyak, I'm sharing my screen so that I can give a presentation on the diversity, forest diversity of the state and special Northeast India and special reference to the Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you. I'm sharing here. I hope it is visible to everybody. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And today we will speak regarding the characteristics of the forestic diversity of Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh. And to start with, as I have already spoken that I have already worked in Arunachal Pradesh and we have a special linkage for this. But before that, as Director of BSI has already stressed upon regarding what the taxonomy is and what the diversity is and how to identify that. If we'll speak about that, we need to say about the diversity, which is we can term this a comprehension of the living world. What are the things you see around? What are the things you eat around? And what are the things you do around? This comes with the biodiversity. And it comes with the, when we talk about biodiversity, this is a holistic sense, and it is a holistic term which encompasses all levels of living organism of the earth. And this is really, it can be represented by the three areas. It may be a genetic diversity, or it may be species diversity. When we talk about the species diversity, genetic diversity, this is a variation within the species, or the species, that is a variation within the among the species. And when ecosystem, this is a variation among the group of the common function that assembled in a particular area. This makes an ecosystem, and many of such ecosystems make a different biomes, different forest vegetation of the state or all the regions. If you see that this is all about what the biodiversity is, and the totality of the genes or the species or the ecosystem of region. This may be a different kind of representation of the genes in the phenotypic representations in a particular species, or it may be a different kind of flowers in a maybe in different group of plants, such as orchids or legumes or any of the begonias. What are the thing, and what are the different type of species found in a particular area, that is the ecosystem diversity. And then if you see that, then where these species are found, and what is the concept of these species, and how this has been distributed in the globe or in the earth. And this is very interestingly, if you say that all the diversity is not distributed evenly in the globe. The maximum diversity is found in the tropical regions, which otherwise referred as the megadiversity countries. And there is 17 type of megadiversity countries, and we are very lucky because our country, India, is part of the 17 megadiversity country. And further, when these areas rich in diversity, general diversity, endemic, and degree of threats. Therefore, these are also termed as the hotspots regions of the world. When we have a 36 hotspots of the region of the world, and the country India is also being a part of 4 hotspots, that is Indo-Burman hotspots, that is Eastern Himalaya and Western Ghats and the Sundalands. They're part of, and we are lucky, the northeastern states and also the Eastern Himalaya, that is comes under Sikkim and also Arunachal Pradesh. They comes under the part of the hotspots Eastern Himalaya and also the that is the Burmese hotspots. And when we talk about the hotspots, and as everybody knows that the 5% of the total species, that is the minimum 1500 species possibly endemic, and including both plants and animals. And if we see the Indian biodiversity, when we come to the Indian biodiversity come to now, then it has had the 4 global biodiversity regions, as I already mentioned. And this is a center of origin of the many species. That is one of the most important thing where we stand now. And even if the 2% of the world's land area, but the 11.2% of the total global flora is present in India. And this is more than 250 flowering plants. Only this is wild plants. When we add up the cultivation plant, then this comes to around 2,000 to more. And if you see how many plants are there, you will see this is the total number of the plants of the 21730. And if in comparison to the northeast states, when we talk about this area is completely comes with the seven sisters of all the states, and being Arunachal is the biggest state of the northeast region. This having the more important in the when we talk about the biodiversity of this area. And the total area of the northeastern region is about 262,000 of the square kilometer area. And the most important thing is the area under the forest is 84%, and the plant diversity is around 68% of the total plant diversity of the country. When we talk about the total plant diversity of the northeast state, this is around about 70% of the species is found in the states. And the variation of altitude, it comes from the 200 meter and it goes up to the 8,500 meter of altitude. Therefore, if you see the variation of the altitude and variation of the different kind of ecosystem levels, the microclimatic conditions and the temperature variations, and you will able to see that there is a lot of things for the microclimatic condition which gives a very conducive atmosphere for the many of the speciation and many of the spreading or the species diversity of the many of the plant groups. You can see about the begonias, you can see about the Phalaenopsis, you can see about the orchids, etc. And this is also a part of the area where the many of the interesting species is found, and where these species is not found anywhere in the country. You can see about the peaches plant of the Meghalaya, or you can the Rheum nobile of Sikkim Himalaya and the entire eastern Himalayan region, or the Sapri Himalayan, or you can say about the Monotropa, or you can take any sort of the example of the saprophytic or the carnivorous plants. That's why, so that it always comes into mind when we talk about being a layman. When we talk about, then the first question comes into mind, that why the diversity is so high in these states. This is because of the rich diversity altitude. This is not the one day or 2 days affair, but this is affair of the last thousands of years. When it can also be attributed to the geological scale of perspectives and the high touristic influence and migration of the species of the adjacent region, because the landmass is completely attached, and what the ancient landmass before in Anthropocene region. Now, though the landmass is discontinued now, but still the migration has happened during the ancient time. And as I told already, the great variation of the altitudes, thereby the creating of the great topographic relief and a small microclimatic condition, where it has given ample scope to the different kind of speciations and different kind of restriction of the migration, so that the concentration of the endemic plants and also the concentration of the new species is very much high in these areas. And this is another things what I talk about. These two factors has given rise to the large number of endemics and also primitive species. Because when the ancient plants has been restricted, different kind of geographical barriers, many of the plants could not be migrated to the other parts of the globe. That's why this is also found. We also found a lot of primitive species in this region, and also because of these things, due to the presence of the endemic species and also the presence of the primitive species, this also substantiate the many of the theories of the tropical origin of plants. You can say the tropical origin of plants, or the origin of the plant from the tropical regions and could not migrate to the other plants. Or you can also substantiate the theories of the cradles of the angiosperms of this region. That's why when we talk about the floristic relationship as a geographical scale, as you know that the relationship between our Himalayan flora and part of the northeastern flora or other parts is tracked back to the time when all the major land masses is united in a single supercontinent in the 225 billion years ago. And since the separation of the Gondwana and it is collide with the mainland, it is remarkable altitudinal, climatic, and the vegetation changes occur in that area. And many of the things, when we talk about the paleobotanical studies, the fossils, the current element of the Indian flora is brought about the Gondwan flora. What we have a concept for that, and if you see that. When we see that the change of you can able to see that the continuity of the landmass from the Southeast Asia and the continuity of the landmass from the Asia mainland, also the continuity from the Chinese side and also from the Siberian line. That's why there is the amalgamation of the many of the floristic elements into this area. That's why the rich in vegetation also and the rich in the floristic elements. Then why should care about this biological heritage? When we talk about biological heritage, because this area has been treated right now, rightly treated as a biological heritage. And when we see that there is a cultural service, there is a regulatory service for the air quality. There is a change in the atmospheric circulation. Many of the, because it makes a lot of things in the circulation of the monsoon and also the retreat monsoon, and also the regulating service, that hydrological service or the water resource availability. Around 50% of the Indian population is depends upon the rivers comes from these areas. And again, when we see that the cultural service or cultural diversity of the heritage or spiritual or religious value, this has a great importance for the conservation of the plant diversity of this region, because we have associated with many of the spiritual and religious values and religious beliefs with the particular areas or particular landscapes of the state. That's why the local people have able to conjure the plants or the conjure the landscapes in the traditional method. And when we talk about the supporting system, the primary productivity and nutrient cycle and wide range of ecosystem services to local inhabitants. Because when we talk about, when in these particular supporting systems, and being a person who has roamed around all the places of Arunachal Pradesh, I can damn surely say that what of the villages, what are the things that are developed, this has been developed along to a river or along to a forest path, where all these resources, all the day-to-life things has comes from this biodiversity things. And when we talk about the individually the practice of the Aboriginal people, this is the best example. The fishing cultivation, the fishing and the cultivation of the paddy in the zero area. And you can see that this is the cultural services where it creates, it is a great potential for the creation of an ecotourism, or it has a great potential for the aesthetic value or the spiritual and also religious value. Many of the forest recently were working on the Laliani of Pakumpure, where this entire forest or entire landmass of the forest has been preserved by the community lands. If you take it, the same example, if you take in the many of the districts, you can West Yang, Gurukume, many of the forests and many of the water mass or wetlands have been conserved like the traditional method with a spiritual belief and also religious belief. And the same thing when we comes about the air and atmosphere circulation, as I have already mentioned that they have play a great role for the circulation of the monsoon and also circulation of the air, and the bringing out and ejecting out of the monsoonal rain. And this is the same thing. The water has a great potential to tap with for the electricity and all the many of the economic things what the state can be take out the benefits. This is the supporting system. When the ecosystem services the local inhabitants, all the particles, this gives a ample oxygen. It gives a ample oxygen of water and ample oxygen of agriculture fields, all these things. And this is the heritage value, as I was told. This has a national identity. This has a great things, that is the zero fishing cultivation of zero valley. Again, when we come when we talk about the endemic species, we can see that the Himalayan region and the northeast regions are the two important things in the part of the country where the maximum type of endemic species is found. And not only that, the endemic species, because of the new species, more and more species can also be found. That this is a part of the western comparison between the Western Ghats and the Eastern Himalaya and Northeast state, where the number of endemic species vary. And if you see that, though the Western Ghats are the more endemic species, but if you met with the Eastern Himalaya and the Northeastern state, this is an equal number of the species which is found in the Western Ghats. That's why it has a great importance in the diversity studies of the country. When we talk about the percentage of endemic species, you can able to see that with the Arunachal Pradesh and the Northeast regions have around 29% of the total species. And many of the species has also been has a speciation from this. This is a new genus that is Stapletonea, what we have discovered from Arunachal Pradesh, and also another new family, that is Echiniaceae. It comes from this is taken from the Namdapa Wildlife Sanctuary. This is Brashichania sinensis, and many more species also been found in Arunachal Pradesh, which need to be properly studied. And then if we come to the biodiversity, particularly for the Arunachal species, this has a great characteristic of the forest ecosystem. This is the, because when we talk about the forest ecosystem and we talk about the identity of a particular species, many of the forest ecosystems which is represented in the state particularly have the same representation of the throughout the country. When we talk about the tropical, this has a riverine ecosystem, this is a semi-organic ecosystem, this is a tropical ecosystem, and also the species composition where it can be found in the uniform and a different story is clearly differentiated. What does this mean then? Because when we talk about the species composition and also the different story of different stories, these have a regular course of the top story, middle story, and lower story, and many of the species which is found is a different kind of story. Many has a large timber value and large economic values. That's why these species, all the species has to clearly identify and clearly this is a great what I can say. This economy of these forests are very much high in respect to the economy, ecological services as well as the economic things. And when we talk about the subtropical forest, this is have a clear concept of broadleaf and pine forest. The pine forest we start from the this area is having characterized with the pure fine species of the pines. This is this can anybody who has gone to the geo area, it can also be seen. And these species, once species have been wild, and this species has now been naturalized in this these subtropical areas. And the subtropical, the broadleaf forest, this is a rich species diversity, a conspicuous 3-layer canopy again. And the mixed forest, which is many dominant species, ground level is very high. And if you'll see that the number of species which has been migrated from the other part of the world has been taken a place in these subtropical and tropical forests first. And if you will see that this is paleotropical species, which is a part of the many of the species, Ganypadia, many of the Melotus sikimensis, Lillenia indica, which is very much famous for it is a day-to-day food in the state. And when we talk about the subtropical Southeast Asian species, these all the species which are found the tropical belt of the South Asian species is also been introduced to the state through a single corridor of the and it has migrated and it has taken up all the species, all the regions of the subtropical regions of the northeast states and as well as the Arunachal Pradesh. And many of the species, Thevacea or the hydrangea has a great value for the commercially as well as the horticulture point of view. This is again some of the species from the subtropical forest. As you know that the Abroma augusta, this is ample found in the subtropical forest of the state, and this has a great potential for the medicinal extraction or bioprospecting of these things. And this is again these are the some of the plants which are having a great species, great importance in the horticultural species. And Holbolia latifolia, this is the important because of this is a primitive species which has a great importance for the origin of these species in these areas. And Amorpholos, this is the same thing. Again, many of the species of the Araceae is also found in the state, and which is also been some of the species has been edible. And the main importance of talking all these things is there is a lot of scopes for working on this, because the one part what Botanical Survey of India is doing in the state is the identification and the documentation of all the species. The other part where DST and the other departments can collaborate with the BSI or Botanical Survey of India as making of the different kind of the bioprospecting of the studies, and so that the more and more species which can be used, can be utilized, because now the concept of vegetation study and the concept of biodiversity has been completely revolutionized. Because when we talk about the biodiversity earlier, this is the number of species found in the area, but the concept has been now changed. When we talk about the biodiversity, now it comes from the how much ecological services the forest can give it, and how much is the ecological, what are the kind of services this species can give it. And that's why many of the species which has been identified as the traditional knowledge, or the many of the species which is identified systematically or taxonomically, this has to become to the lifeline of the general public of the state. Then only the proper utilization of the species can be done. And again, when we talk about the vegetation character of the temperate forest, this is again a broadleaf forest and a coniferous forest. When we talk about the broadleaf forest, this is a complete mixture of the rhododendrons. And I'm to all people surprised when we have worked out that the rhododendrons, about 95% of the total species of rhododendron which is found in the country is found alone in the state. And more than 90 species of rhododendrons are found. And rhododendron, this is one of the best species for the cultivation of horticultural cultivation, or making of the many of the wildlife sanctuaries and many of the ecotourism places. And Europeans have made a successfully a different kind of rhododendron gardens in the country, and many of the species has been born from this Himalayan belt and also from the Sikkim area to the European gardens. And the origin of this species, although the from the Arunachal area, but we could not utilize or could not tap the potentiality of this ecotourism. That's why this is another point where we can give a stretch, and all the youngsters who are working on the floristic diversity of the state, they must give an importance to the collaboration with the horticulture department, collaboration with the forest department, where we can make a rhododendron gardens or a rhododendron sanctuaries alone. And even the same thing has already been done with the Sikkim. If you go to the Sikkim, many of the species, many of the sanctuaries which has been dominated by the rhododendron species has been protected by many of the wildlife sanctuaries. That's why this is another point where we should give a thought about it, how to utilize our own resources, or how to utilize our own species, so that we can have a more and more economy-based things out of that. And again, when we talk about the coniferous forest of the temperate coniferous forest of the state, this is one of the most important things when we talk about, because the rhododendron forest, which is found in particularly in Arunachal Pradesh, is one of the most typical type of rhododendron forest, which is not found anywhere in the country. You can see that rhododendron, that is a mixer of the Suga pinus taxon, which is found in the Kurukume, or Suga abyss rhododendron mixed forest, West Kameng, or the pure stands of the cupressus, and we'll go to the Upper Siang or the Upper Siang area, or the abyss Texas in the West Siang, or the PCA and Larix abyss in West Kameng in the Tawang district. These are the most typical association of the rhododendron mixed or coniferous forest, which is very much typical to the state, and also it is not found anywhere in the country. That's why this is another state where we can able to see that. This is some of the most important medicinal plants which found in the temperate region of the state. That is, you can talk about the Podophyllum, you can talk about the Prunus or Paris polyphylla, or you can talk about the Caltha. Many species has been inducted in the not only traditional system of the healthcare, but also this is also for the Unani and Ayurvedic system of the healthcare, because the government of India has taken in the most priority thing for the student nowadays for the Ayush, and also the economic importance of the many of the medicinal plants. This is another areas where we can tap off the economy for the state. This is again some of the high altitude or temperate or the transitional areas with that temperate, and also from in the alpine zone, that is a Potentilla, and also the Sosorias and Cystinia. These are some of the species which is found very typical to the many of the high altitude area around 3,500 meters above height. And this is some of the species which also been taken into consideration when we talk about the species, particular species diversity, or the genetic diversity, or also particular family. The Jansenariaceae is one of the most important species which has to be understudied in the state. That's the potential areas. Many of the scholars, some of the people from the NBRI, some of the people from the BSI has also been worked out the Jansenariaceae. But I think many things has to newly come up, many things, new species has to describe, and many new records need to be recorded from the state, which need more and more exploration, because this is not only the BSI, or this is not only the particular institute who can able to do justice to the exploration, or you can say that for the documentation of the study. Because when we come together, all the states or all the stakeholders of this documentation study, this is we are doing a do things for the country. That's why in the countryside, when we talk about this many of the species has to be do. This is again some of the Tibetan elements were found in the high altitude around 4,500 meters of high. Many of the potentilla, this is a great range of potentilla, around 80 species of potentilla is reported. More than 80, around 80 species is found in the state of Sikkim, state of Arunachal Pradesh itself. Rhododendrons, I've already told, and Meconopsis, that is another species which is around 17 species of Meconopsis found in the state. This is some of the high altitude species where these plants thrives. And as I told, this is the different kind of the coniferous forest. This is part of the Suga Pinus the series in the Kurunkume. This is a picture taken from the Barse Hills, near the Barse Hills of Kurunkume district. Again, this is another mixture of the Paris, Laris, Rabbis of the West Kameng and the Tawang district. This is one of the area where many of the species is found in this condition. This is Suga, Abyss, and a rhododendron mixed forest, and some of the pictures of these things. And this is Texas for the West Kameng district. And this is where, if somebody has gone towards Tawang, this is a common picture of the Bistrota vaccinifolia, where the complete landscape is turned into pink in the month of July to up to the month, because of the Bistrota vaccinifolia and all the species from the polygonums. And this is the again from the this is the Iris clarki, and some of the medicinal plants. This is a very high reach of medicinal plants found in these high altitude areas of Arunachal Pradesh. And this is another group of species where Cypripedium dactylrhiza or Hippope. This is the more potentiality for the medicinal plants, and also for the potential for the commercial exploitation of this plant. The most important thing is the identification, the study of the density, and also the study of all these the abundance of this species. And some of the species also in the later slides, where we have worked in the abundance and the density of the particular species or the particular association, those needs to be done. And if you all they take the data, the most interesting out of this interesting species, the interesting thing out of this floristic data is the admixture of the floristic address elements of the adjacent phytogeographical region. That is, as I already told, that is Tibet, China, Japan, Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia. But some of the species has been are represented by very highly, and those species have need to be given more focus. This is again another interesting fact of the that is the distinct distribution of some of the species. Some of the species which have been found in ancient time, and it is migrated to the other part of the globe. But this shows that the presence of many of the species like Podonopsis, Leone, or the Clethra in part of the part of Arunachal Pradesh, and also the part of the South Asian country, South American country, and without giving any representation in the European, that shows that there is a distinct distribution of the species. The type of phytogeographical distribution and the type of the distribution of a particular species in the floristics of Arunachal has also a great importance for the further need to be studied. And this is one of the species recently we have collected from Echaniaceae from Namdapa area. These species, only 2 species is found in the genus, and one is found in China and another found in the Namdapa, the adjacent of the Chinese side. And this is some of the new species which has been described by botanical scientists of Botanical Survey of India recently from the different part of the state. And this is a part of the vegetation status when we come to the study of the rhododendron, and this is the winter season. And the secondary forest also one of the most important things which is found in the different part of the state. The most important thing I have to mention here that because of the strict forest lack of strict forest regulations, much of the forest has been developed into the degraded forest. Because of the low diversity, this has been dominated by a particular species and not giving any scope for the natural vegetation to grow. So that if this will continue, I apprehend that many of the invasive species will make their way into the natural forest, and also it will have a dominancy in the native flora And in finally, the species, once the degraded lands will be converted into a monoculture of the particular species, either in Musa or Calicarpa or Bahunia, many of the species, because as long as you see on the roads and as long as your eye is born in many of the district, West Kameng, Kurunkume, or due to the destruction, due to the many of the traditional cultivation process, these species has come up as a natural, come up as a dominant species, which need to be controlled by the different departments, the stakeholders of the different departments. And this is some of the things where we can able to see the right hand side photograph is from the Kurunkume district. And because once the forest is degraded, the monoculture of the particular shrubby layer of forest will come up, and which may not give a ample scope for the diversify of our own native flora. That need to be studied and also that need to be done. And this is the complete floral diversity. And as per the current estimate, we have around 5,102 species in the state. And where this is the ratio is 1:2.6 for monogod dicot, and also for the monogod dicot genus is 1.32. And if you see that the vascular plants is 5,000. This is when we talk about 77% of the families and 32% of the genera is which are found in the state of, or the total number of species is found in the state of Arunachal Pradesh is also represented by the 77% of the family and 32% of genera of the complete Indian flora. And if you see that the most important is the Orchidaceae, the most dominant species. Many of our research are working in the Orchidaceae of the state, and many of the Orchid Research Center in Sessa and also Forest Research Institute of Itanagar. They are also being worked in this particular species. Legumes, we have the BSI. When I was in Arunachal Pradesh, I have already given a documentation of the complete leguminaceae of the plant, which is next to the Poaceae, and also from the this is the most economic viable group of plants which can give many economic things to the country and many things to the state. And again, the Poaceae, again, about 260, this is out of 1,256, we have 153 species in Arunachal Pradesh. And this is the rhododendron. Make any explanation about the beauty of the rhododendron, because as I told already, 95% of the rhododendron species is found in the state. Many of the district, West Kameng, or if you go Tawang or East Kameng, these species are abundant. But unfortunately, the diversity or the importance or the economic value or the horticultural value, the aesthetic value of these plants has been as little understood, or it may be this is poorly understood. That's why many of the species, the local inhabitants, they destroy the trees, they cut the trees, and this is again to the appeal to the youngsters of the state, or youngsters of those who are working in the state. This is we need to create a great awareness of these particular species, so that this can be converted into the many of the species, many of the wildlife sanctuaries or many of the protected areas, so that these species can be conserved, and also this will be a great heritage for the state also. And this is the common sign. If you go to any of the areas where towards Tawang in the month of April, this is the Rhododendron glaucophyllum, and again this is Rhododendron thompsoni. You can able to see the beauty of the plants, and we need to conserve these beauties in the state. This is some of the Huxani. And another group of plant is a rupus. We have worked in the rupus. When we started working in the rupus, it was only 39 species. But when we end up the study, we came into the complete documentation around 76 species of the rupus found in country. And out of these, around 56% of the rupus is found in the state alone. And many of the rupus species which are having edible foods and which has not been tapped by the local authority or the horticulture department. Though rupus is one of the most important horticulture crop in outside in the European market and also in the Chinese market. That's why there is a great scope for tapping for particularly from the rose berries and also the blackberries when we talk about it. And this is the species of some of the rupus which is found very typical, and also all the fruits are also been edibles. This is another group of species, which is the Codonopsis. Around 17 species of Codonopsis found in India. Out of that, 12 species of Codonopsis is found itself in the Arunachal Pradesh. And the Codonopsis, which is known as the poor man's ginseng, this is the most important thing, because it has all the properties of the rhizomes of root structure of these ginsengs, and all the properties of ginsengs what the ginseng, the original ginsengs have. That's why if it can also be collaborated with some of the biochemical studies, and also for some of the bioprospecting studies. This is one of the best kind the Codonopsis gave all the properties or the drug development of any sort, which is similar to the ginseng. When we talk about the vulnerability, because this is the one part is the complete diversity of the species. When the other part is the vulnerability of the great diversity of the state. When we talk about the vulnerability, we have a different concept. That is the environmental changes. Whenever an environment changes, there is a great vulnerability. All the species are greatly vulnerable. When the ecological landscape or the ecological regions has been changed into the different landscape regions, then we have a problem for that. Or we have a species ecology. If you do not know what the species is, how the biological nature of the particular species, then we'll have a problem. And the microevolution of a particular microecological zone, because when we destroy a particular region or particular thing or particular habitat, then the micro habitat of that region changes, and many of the species also comes to in a vulnerable state, or maybe in a dwindling in the natural habitat. That's why when we talk about the vulnerability of the specimen, it has interlinked web sort of thing between the environmental changes, the ecological landscapes, or the species ecology, or the evolution biology of the particular species, or how much the species can be make a resilience for a particular adaptation or particular change of the environment. Those things, everything has to be needed to study, and those things only can be studied when we associate our study with taxonomy and also for the ecological studies. And when we talk about the ecological study, it has to it should be a phenology, it should be a species recovery, or it should be how the species recover in a particular zone. When this is the same thing, we have conducted some of the phenological study of the particular species, and we have taken the phenology of the last 100 years of the some of the species, and we came to know that many of the species have been changed due to the climate change or due to the change of the environment. That's why those species have responded to these things of changes we have designated as the bioindicators. So many of the species we studied that the temperature has an impact on the phenology of a particular species or the particular group of species. That's why we have identified some of the species which is given, maybe a barbaris, maybe a anemone, or maybe some of the pedicularis, or maybe some of the potentilla, which is given for this change in the phenology. And when the vulnerability also been studied, many of the plants which are having a specialized groups, or the life cycle has also been changed. Those species composition, the community structure and abundance has also been completely affected by the change of the different kind of the biological drivers or the ecological drivers. These things have changed. You see, if the temperature is the microclimatic condition is changing, many of the saprophytic plants or many of the saprophytic orchids will just vanish from that area, because these are everything is been controlled by the temperature. Everything is controlled by many of the biology, or many of the reproductive biology is completely changed. But you can change the life cycle also, because many of the species the pollinator will go, and that's why the pollinator, it will hamper the pollination, or it will hamper the reproductive ability of the particular plant. That's why this is one of the major reason where the biological different drivers have come up into the species richness of the particular species changes, and this need to be studied again. And this need to be some of the gap areas where we can able to give inputs for these studies. This is a complete picture of the last 100 years. When in the last 100 years we have a change of the temperature about 1.7 to 2.2. This has been studied.
सुबह आने वाला थोड़ी ना है वो हमारा, अब तो हमारा पेपर कॉपियां काटने तक का काम है मैडम।
this has already been studied very nicely, and we have, when we taken the data from the Department of Department of Environment, and we have taken, and we saw that the temperature changes is around 2.2 degree between the last 100 years. And based upon this, when we conclude that, we have identified some of the bioindicators or some of the bioindicator species which can give a response to the change of their phenology or the change of their reproductive biology in that area. And when we talk about it is already I have told, when we talk about the indicators, this is again the critical change in the critical habitat, species richness, change in the life cycle. And association of some of the plants, how the association work it out. And this is some of the species what we have studied in the Namdapha area, where we saw the dominance of the particular species of the particular climate, particular climate species is completely dependent. I request these organizers to mute here. This has a complete change in the association in the particular the climates of a subtropical forest. And when we saw that the biological assemblage of species and their environment in the positive correlated to the altitude, slope, aspect, and the canopy cover. And we talk about the canopy, when we talk about the canopy cover and also the biological aspect, this also related to the disturbances of the in the particular zone, because we have taken the species from the assemblage of the species in the disturbed area and also the assemblage of species in the undisturbed area. And then we group, then the different kind of groupism has been come up. And this is that's why we have then finally we have seen that the particular assemblage of a particular climber in a different type of species is definitely leads to a indicator species, and this gives the ecosystem health of a particular species, a particular ecosystem. That is more important, because when only identification of the species, only identification or a group of species is not much important, but we have to go beyond that. And after when we go beyond that, then we have to able to see that there is if the association of a particular species is any impact on that change of climate or change of environment or not. This is again we have studied in some of the species in the temperate forest, and we have collected some of the diatom species from the temperate forest, which is associated with the most elements again. And when we studied that, both the species, this first thing, the assemblage of moss and the diatom is a freshwater diatom is very uncommon. And also this has not been reported from the temperate regions of the state, but we have collected, and we have seen that because of this association, the bulb, the type of bulb which is found in the diatom has been changed, and it has a significance relation between the association of the moss species and also with the particular 7 types of diatoms which is found. And this is what I talk about the climate species. When we analyze this species, the total abundance of the climate species in tropical forest is altitude, slope, and basal area of the tree community, and these aspects as I already mentioned. This is again when we studied some of the rhododendron species of the regeneration pattern, because the forest health, when we talk about the forest health, when we talk about the ecosystem health of the particular region, this basically this gives the how the species is regenerate and how the species is adaptability to a particular climate change, environmental change, or any sort of change. That's why unless you don't study the regeneration pattern of a fertile species or the keystone species or the most dominant species of that area, it is very difficult to understand the ecosystem health, because the only identification of a particular plant or only identification of the different elements or different components of the particular landscape is not sufficient. We have to preserve the component, we have to preserve the landscape's identity, we have to see the how resilient the species is or the different component of the species for a particular environment change. That's why these are this is also another scope where we can able to say that if some of the species has a resilience, or some of the species is going to eradicate from that particular landscape. This is another example. Whenever the species is found in that particular area, what is the the early recovery of the species. How much time it will take for a recovery of the particular vegetation. Unless we do not study the regenerative pattern, also the phenology, it is very difficult to predict. Once we predict these things, this is helpful to the different stakeholder of the the different stakeholder of the vegetation study, maybe the forest department, maybe the horticulture department, maybe the different scientists, or the climatological study, maybe some other in the line. This is again that is the development of the tree, seedling, and also the sapling, how they develop. And we have seen that in different altitude, the range of the type of the seedling development, the type of the sampling development, and also the type of the regeneration of a particular species is varied, and depending upon the temperature and also the altitude. That's why we have to, in this work, we have designated where the plant has to be put, where the plant has the maximum maximum thing for its reproductive capability, so that the forest can be regenerated and the forest can be conserved. Unless we don't see and unless we don't go and randomly if we work, then it may not we give the full success what we would have done with a proper study of that particular region. So, because this is the regeneration is one of the foremost study to know about the Eastern Himalayan or the Arunachal type of areas, because many of the forests in the subtropical and at the temperate zone has been destroyed, or due to the many of the regions, maybe a developmental work, maybe maybe of the expansion of the agriculture things in the nearby villages, or many or any of the natural calamities. That's why when we talk about the driving mechanism for ecosystem, we need to have to preserve many of the things, and we have to declare many of the areas as protected areas. And particularly when we talk about Arunachal Pradesh, we have a less number of protected areas, and we have less number of areas where we can prioritize for the conservation. That is the most important thing. That's why when this is a complete Himalayan, this is wildlife sanctuary and conservation regions. This is a story of the national scenario. When we come to the scenario of the state, we are poorly represented by the national protected areas. That's why we need to increase the protected area network, and also the reserve forest which is found in the different districts of the state needs to be declared as from the community forest to reserve forest. That is the most important thing here. And this is another thing what we talked, our directors today morning spoke about the bioprospecting. The bioprospecting of the particular species or particular thing is only can be possible when we identify a thing. When we prioritize a thing or prioritize a species where we can give the importance to a particular thing. When we talk that maybe a drug development, maybe this is a pharmaceutical development, maybe a agrochemistry development, because the biological and genetic resources of the particular area or particular state has to be utilized for the scientific and commercial purposes. That is the most important thing. And many of the things has to be done by the contractual agreement, and which need to be entered to the many of the pharmaceutical companies or the genetic research or many the persons who is extracting the natural resources from the state. Unless you don't have this type of agreement, or unless you don't have a legal validity for this thing, it's very difficult to give a access sharing benefit to the country, the state, the inhabitant of the local people. Because the same thing, what we need and what to collect and how much to collect, those things to be no, because it is not like that. Suppose one of the plant we need to collect, we extract everything from the landscape, and how much to be collected, that has to be created. You see, this is one of the best example for the wild harvesting of some of the species which done from the Himalaya, that is aconites or the Podophyllum, Nodostachys, Picrorhiza, Schwarzia, and Virginia. All the species are found in the state. But the type of the extraction and the type of how these things has to be put up into the commercial process, that is, this is the time we have a time, and this is a hard time to think about. There is a need to think about to stop the indiscriminate and non-systematic collection of the medicinal plants, and making the species and making the population of severe pressure so that the species will be extinct one day from this state. Rather than we have to come in the scientifically, and also we have made to be legal bound for the collection of the any of these species. When this is a different kind of the fruits which is found in the rubus. This is a great potentiality for the mass cultivation of the rubus species and also bringing into the commercialization of this species. And many of the areas and many of the temperate areas, villages, is the very much ideal places for the cultivation and also for the extraction of this particular species. This is already I've been spoken regarding the Codonopsis. Around all the Codonopsis species which are found needs to be regularized. And many of this is not only the commercialization of the species, or not only the identification species. Many of the taxonomic group also been poorly represented. You can see the Janssenia, many of the Esquinanthus, many of the this Henkelias has not been studied properly. And if you see that every year when we go for this plant discovery, what we compile for the new discoveries and new records from the country, and maximum representation comes from the Arunachal Pradesh or from the those adjacent areas. That's why it has a great potentiality for the search for the new plant species and search for the new drug development in that area. This is ripes, another species. This is the gooseberries, and one of the most important thing, if you go to the European market, it makes more than $30 million of the business in the European market for the ripes juice and also ripes squash. That's why it has also a top priority and top potentiality which we can work on that. And when we talk it, this is the Indian podophyllum have the maximum amount of podophyllum as compared to the other podophyllum of the group. That's why similarly the Himalayan ginseng and also the other species of the aconite of the flora are 13 known species possessing the drug value. These drug values, and this all has been extracted either knowingly or unknowingly or commercial or clandestinely or in different ways. But these forest resources of Arunachal Pradesh can therefore play a very leading role for the gene hunting and the drug hunting. And those things are the DST, the director DST. I request that they should come forward with a different kind of the collaboration projects and different kind of the thing where these things will earn money for the state. And this is one of the best place where we can go for that. And the untapped biowealth of the state can be converted into economic health, undoubtedly, by the science and technology intervention, which need to be done. And again, when we talk about the medicinal plants, already we have this slide is only given for the eye opening of the how much potential of the medicinal plants has the country has or the state has. If you see that the 3/4 of the total population rely on the traditional health medicines nowadays. Because with this is the best example when the COVID comes up, and many of us has been used the either we knowingly or not unknowingly we use the complete traditional herbal drops and with along with our allopathy drop. And 80% of the percent of the species which goes from India is having 155 million Australian herb industry. This is the kind of the economy what we do actually. And the Herbal Institute has a turnover of the US 3,000 million, and the skin, particularly for the skin care and toiletry, the water the 10 million US dollar. That's why we can able to see that the great biodiversity of the state, how we can tap it and how we can convert into a commercial basis. And again, Himalayan support, if you say that 72,000 metric tons of broad drugs, these are the data has been available in the IU's website, and we can finalize, or we can draw up some of the species. We can able to do that. And this is my only intention to show this slide. And another thing is that there is a tapped traditional healthcare system in the state, and all the healthcare systems, the traditional healthcare systems, has to be documented. Though a botanical survey of India has already been documented some of the areas. What I mean to say, the only documentation of any of the plant or the traditional system will not help out. The final outcome is the drug development. The final outcome is how it will come to the life of the people. Once it will come to the life of people, the biodiversity, the entire biodiversity is a gold mine or a economic hub for the state. And my sincere request to all the researchers present here. And what are the things we do for the biodiversity studies and biodiversity, it should not end up with the documentation or end up with the appearance, but it has to come to the people's life. That is the most important thing. Once it comes to the people's life, and it will have a great value for this. This is the some of the things which we can able to see that, because this is some of the vulnerability when we saw that the indiscriminate extraction of wood and indiscriminate extraction of cane from the state. And I hope this should not happen, and it should have a regularized. Otherwise, one day the day is not so far when we'll not able to see this kind of logs in the forest and this kind of herds of the cans in the forest. That's why the thing is that whenever we think about biodiversity, we have to think about this is an economic perspective, and the commercialization, and also the sustainable management for the betterment and well-kind of the people. Then only the people around us will be benefited, and the people around us will be greatly benefited, and they will see the next world in a few days of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful presentation. And it was a very nice and crystal clear talk on floristic diversity of Northeast India with a special reference to Arunachal Pradesh. So it's a request to all the participants. If you have any queries regarding the said topic, you may ask now.
Presentations. Especially during the last part of your presentation, say to tap the potential of the commercial spaces of medicinal plants and other marine soils. So basically, we would like to know how can we go about this maybe order more workshops and some discussions, maybe getting out of the project also with PSI, if possible. If you can help us like to identify the spaces and how to go on either places also, that will be grateful. Since we have worked in for so many years, some suggestions specifically from your side. We have already established a biodiversity resource center here. So at that time we use partners into this bioresources forestry.
I could listen your question, any of the question, but I can guess that you have asked how to identify the areas of the medicinal plant section or something like that. But I can tell you one thing, that whenever we talk about, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. When we talk about the things, because the identity of a plant and also identity of its drug, or the identity of the traditional system of medicine is to go side by side. Because when we are documenting any of the medicinal plants, and when we give it for a traditional herbal system, the other team has to be worked out for the drug development, or the things for the what are the alkaloids and what are the different biochemicals are present in that. Unless we don't do that simultaneously, it is very difficult to establish any sort of research in the final and giving it the final stage. And that's why I can able to say that we can, in the first stage, we can able to identify some of the important medicinal plants which can go for the very successful medicinal plants which is used in the traditional systems, and after that drug development can be done by some of the other agencies and other collaborating with the other people. Thank you.
I request you all to give a big clap.
Thank you very much.
पूछिए क्या? Any question from participant?
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nala, and I'm from the agency, from the department. Okay, sir, as the scope was, as more comfort in Hindi rather than information that we spoke in Hindi.
I'm not able to hear you properly, in fact. The voice is cracking, that's why I'm not able to hear that.
Myself, Nala, as to one, as more comfort in Hindi rather than English. Can you give information that it's spoken in Hindi? Only. Thank you, sir. तो सर हमें जो जितने बार हमारे बारे में हमें डिस्कस करके इंडियन बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में स्पीशीज के बारे में नोटिस के जितने भी देशों के देते हैं और हमने जितने आपने से आपने बताया उसके बाद मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि अगर हमारे पास इतनी अच्छी नेचुरल गिफ्ट्स है हम उसे यूटिलाइज क्यों नहीं करते जिस तरह से अगर मुझे कोई स्टार्टअप कंपनी लगाना है कोई फार्मिंग कंपनी का सॉरी सर ये आपका बॉक्स है टॉपिक से अपना हमें इतने सारे क्वालिटी से इसके सारे इतने सारे अच्छी चीजें हैं तो हम मतलब ऐसा कोई तरीका नहीं हो सकते कि मतलब सस्टेनेबल बन जाए कि उनके लिए फायदा और हमारे लिए फायदा हो एक हम लोग में नेचर और हम में कनेक्शन होगी उनका भी एक अच्छा है और हमारा भी कोई कंपनी हमें क्रिएट करना होगा अगर जैसे हम मेरा दोस्त और हम कोई कंपनी स्टार्ट करना चाहे तो जैसे वो फार्मिंग की कंपनी तो आप उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
आपने बहुत ही अच्छी क्वेश्चन रेज किया है कि आपने पूछा है कि इतने सारी धरोहर होने के बावजूद आप उसको यूटिलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पाते, आप क्यों नहीं कर पाते? इसकी एक ही कारण है कि आपको अवेयरनेस नहीं है। आपको इन द सेंस आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट यू, आई टॉक अबाउट द इन जनरल व्हाट द थिंग्स वी हैव वी आर नॉट एबल टू नो कि उसका इम्पोर्टेंस चीज क्या है। इसलिए व्हेनेवर एनी थिंग्स कम्स आउट तो हम उसको सोचते हैं कि यार ये तो बहुत ही मिले हमारे पास है, हम तो इसको ऐसे ही कर देगा, ऐसे ही यूज कर लेगा। तो लेकिन वो दिन जैसे लास्ट स्लाइड मैंने दिखाया इतने बड़े बड़े लॉक्स को काटे हैं, आपने कभी भी कोई इंटीरियर में रोड साइड में जाएंगे आपको ये मिलेगा। लोगों को पता नहीं है वो पेड़ बनने के लिए 100 साल लगा है और 100 साल के बाद ही वो पेड़ इतना बड़ा पेड़ को काट सकते हैं। और कितने पौधे हमारे पास होंगे? 2 लाख, 3 लाख, 4 लाख, और हर आदमी, हर गांव का आदमी 10 पौधा हर रोज काटेगा और काटा जा रहा है। काटेगा तो कितना दिन में? 10 साल में खत्म हो जाएगी। मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ। ये जो इतना भी कैन पड़ा था, ये कैन सब मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ कौन सा गांव में पड़ा था। मैं जब वो गांव में विजिट किया मैंने पूछा कैन क्या होगा, बोला ये आसाम जाएगा। आसाम जाएगा और आसाम बॉर्डर है वो गांव से 340 किलोमीटर, 340 किलोमीटर ट्रक में आसाम जाएगा। और उसका सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है? उसको रैम्पेंटली काट के उसको ला रहे हैं, जो छोटे पौधे हैं उसको काट के वहीं फेंक दिया जा रहा है। इसका मतलब पूरा जंगल के जंगल नष्ट हो रहा है। द सेम थिंग अगेन आप देखेंगे, आप छोटे जब आसाम बॉर्डर में कोई होगा तो हमारा अरुणाचल से कोयला जाता है, कोयला, काठ कोयला, चारकोल। एक चारकोल का ट्रक बनाने के लिए हमको मिनिमम 10 एकड़ की जमीन को जलाना पड़ रहा है। जला के उसको चारकोल बनाते हैं और उसके इनकम कितना दिन है? 1 साल में ही उस सारे फॉरेस्ट खत्म हो जाती है। और अगले उतना ही ट्रक लोड ऑफ चारकोल बनाने के लिए हमको और 50 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा। तो ये जब तक आदमी और जो गांव का कम्युनिटी है अवेयर नहीं होगा तब तक ये कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा। बिकॉज मैं ये गुजारिश करता हूँ, ये यंगस्टर्स बैठे हैं अरुणाचल के मेरे भाई, सभी लोग अपने गांव में बताए कि इसकी वैल्यू क्या है, इसकी वो जंगल की वैल्यू क्या है, और हमारा पास जो मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स है उसकी वैल्यू क्या है। अभी मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ, पोडोफाइलम है। पोडोफाइलम आप देखेंगे आनिनी जाएंगे, पोडोफाइलम की पूरा लैंड को मतलब कंप्लीट लैंडस्केप भरा पड़ा है। लेकिन हम जब उसको हार्वेस्ट करते हैं, और आपको भी मालूम है सबको भी मालूम है, वहीं पे घूमने के लिए नहीं जाता है, वो अपना टूरिस्ट वीजा में जाता है, वो एक्सट्रैक्शन करवा के ले आता है और हमारा ही आदमी उसको फैसिलिटेट करते हैं। ये जब तक हम बंद नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हर यंगस्टर्स, हर बच्चा, हर जो पढ़ा लिखा वाला अपनी जो धरोहर है उसके बारे में नहीं बताएगा, ये बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है कि इसकी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगा एक एरिया में। बिकॉज ये एक ही है कि ये सोने का अंडा दिया मुर्गी है। आप मुर्गी रोज खाइए, आप अंडा, आप सोने में जो मुर्गी को ही मार देंगे तो अंडा तो मिलेगा नहीं हमें। हम अभी मुर्गी के पीछे पड़े हैं। इसलिए मेरा ये गुजारिश है, आप लोग इसमें आए। ये सबसे अच्छा एग्जाम्पल मैं देता हूँ, बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल आपके की, एक स्ट्रैकिनस नसभूमिका है, एक पेड़ है जिसको हमारा जो अरुणाचल की जो है जो हॉर्नबिल है, हॉर्नबिल की वो बेस्ट फूड है। हाँ, एक बार क्या हुआ, डाबर कंपनी ने उसको हॉर्नबिल, वो जो इसको ट्रकिनस की पोटैटो, ट्रकिनस की सीड को यूज करता है, वो लोग यूज करते हैं, तो उसको बोला कि इसको ले आओ। हमारा लोगों ने पूरा की पूरा जंगल काट ली जितना ट्रकिनस की पेड़ था, और जो हार्वेस्टिंग हुआ वो सीड 1 साल के लिए हुआ है, वो बार बार नहीं हुआ है। 1 साल में जंगल खत्म हो गया, उसके बाद हॉर्नबिल भी खत्म हो गया। तो अभी ये जो अवेयरनेस हमारा लोगों का मन में देना है, ये आप लोगों का काम। जो यंगस्टर है, जो बच्चे हैं, जो पढ़ा लिखा करते हैं, वो जानते हैं कि इतना धरोहर है। जब तक आप पहचानोगे नहीं, जब तक आप जानोगे नहीं, जब तक आप इसका वैल्यू नहीं मालूम पड़ेगा, जितना पैसा का ये बिजनेस हो रहा है। इटाली और यूरोपियन मार्केट में इंडिया से जो जाता है हर्बल प्रोडक्ट सप्लाई नहीं कर पाते हैं। हम हर्बल प्रोडक्ट उनको देते हैं, रॉ मटेरियल देते हैं, उनसे प्रोडक्ट हम करते हैं स्किन केयर की। तो इसलिए हमारे इकोनॉमी इसमें डेवलप नहीं होते हैं। इसलिए ये सबसे बड़ी चीज है, हम इसको समझें, पहले सीखें और उसके बाद उसको बाय प्रोस्पेक्टिंग करें। जो चीज हमारा डायरेक्टर साहब पहले कहते, व्हाट टू कलेक्ट, हाउ टू कलेक्ट, व्हेन टू कलेक्ट, यही चीज ये आपकी तरह यंग लड़कों का पास ये रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ये मैसेज को हर गांव में, हर लोगों के पास ले जाना है। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Due to time limit, we will keep our question round here. So, sir,
excuse me, one more question.
Okay, okay.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Thank you for your nice presentation, sir. Sir, please tell me any database about the IHR region regarding to medicinal plant. Available in
medicinal plant of NR NCR?
Yeah, IHR region. Sir, myself, Dr. S.N. Oja, Department of Botany, Uttarakhand University, Uttarakhand, Halwa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, in fact, we do not maintain any sort of we have
because,
a complete. We have a complete database of plants of Indian Himalayan region. The complete what are the plants is present, and out of that you can have extract what are the medicinal plants out of that. Because right now BSI is not having any particular database for medicinal plants. Maybe it will come up in the near future. But we have a complete database and complete plant list of Indian Himalayan region, which is completely updated and recently published.
Because I am something in many paper duplicacy of the plants and regarding the common name and the botanical name, many confusing. Therefore, compile database.
Sir, actually, what I mean to say, documentation of species and identity of species and development of a particular drug is three different things, and three different group of people do that. The documentation people, I understand the same plant has been known in a different local name in different areas of a particular region. And whenever the ethnobotanist goes to that area, he only simply documents those things. And once the documentation is done, the second group of people has to come, how to identify, how to pinpoint a particular species for a particular disease. And that species, that thing, unfortunately, BS is not doing right now. And these things has to be collaborated with some other department. Once that particular species is recent to, we have a project with IBS Impal, Indian Institute of Biodiversity Impal, and we're working some of the medicinal plants, and around 55 medicinal plants we're doing on that, and sporadically it is being done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So before moving to our next presenter, Dr. A. Benjamin, we will having 5-minute break. After that, we resume again our program. It's a request to all the participants kindly assemble. Kayum, kindly open the camera. अच्छा हो गया ओके स्टार्ट कर देगा ना स्टूडेंट को पहले आगे ओके गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल and now we moving on to the program. I would like to invite our next eminent speaker. Before I invite our next presenter, I would like to give brief introduction of Dr. A. Benjamin, Scientist E. He is presently working as the head of office of BSI WRC Pune. His expertise is on pteridophytic flora. He had also served at Itanagar BSI in his first posting. He has completed project on Aspidiaceae of India. Presently, he is working on the pteridophytic flora of Western Ghats. He will be sharing with us on current status of pteridophytes in Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh. Dr. A. Benjamin, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice introduction. And first of all, I would like to congratulate that Arunachal Pradesh State Science and Technology Director of Science and Technology and Organizing Secretary of this 3 days national workshop. And I would like to thank my Director of BSI, Botanical Survey, Calcutta, and all my colleagues, senior scientists. Very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Benjamin, Scientist T and Head of Office, Western Regional Center, Pune. I would like to share my slides. My slide is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. It
Yes,
is
yes.
visible.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to discuss about current status of diversity of Northeast India with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh. First of all, I would like to just say a few words about myself. Myself, Dr. Benny, working as a scientist. I was posted in 2008 at Itanagar as a first posting. I joined as a scientist C in there, where I was working around 5 years as a scientist C, and after that I got transferred to Pune. And I would like to, that time I had been there to all the areas of Northeast India. That's why Dr. Vinith has requested me to give the talk on pterophytes of Northeast India. And with special reference to Arunachal Pradesh, I'm going to discuss about that thing. And as all of you know that, before that, I would like to discuss about my topic. First of all, I would like to dedicate my topic to my professor V.S. Manikyam and my guide V.S. Raj for giving me that platform to do that research work on pterophytes. So without them, so now I would have not been here. So first of all, I would like to thank my professor, Dr. V.S. Manikyam and Professor V. Raj for helping me and developing this research.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, kindly unmute.
Yeah, all of you know that pterophytes is a Greek word. That name Teres means Terran. Now it's clear. Number voice is coming, madam.
Yes, sir.
Terran, that they are the non-flowering vascular cryptogams conducting tissues, namely xylem and phloem. Pterophytes are classified into two groups, Fernalites and Fans. The Fernalites means this is a primitive pterophytes of pterophytes. Pterophytes with microphyllus, with the leaves with a single unbranched midvein, and ferns, pterophytes with megaphyllus leaves. Most of the pterophytes are coming under the category of ferns, and minimum number of species are coming under the category of fernalites. So as all of you know that among that complete phonetic account on pterophyte is available for 158 countries, which are mainly based on the older literature. Modern phonetic account on pterophyte is available very few countries such as Malaysia, Northeast Asia, and North America with about 3,000 species each. It includes India also. India is one of the mega biodiversity center which harbors two important hotspots, Western Ghats and Eastern Himalaya, and Andaman Nicobar Island also they have declared their hotspot. But I would like to discuss about Northeast India because I was working in the Northeast India for about 5 years. So before that, I would like to just give a brief idea about Indian pterophyte diversity. So in 1984, R.D. Dixit, he has described that 1,000 species of pterophytes in India. It includes 67 species under 191 genera. So after that, in the year 2001, Professor Chandra from NBRI, he has published a checklist of 1,100 species of pterophytes. It includes 144 genera. So there is no comprehensive list of pterophytes as far as that pterophytes is concerned up to 2000. After joining the BSI, we have taken the initiative to prepare the complete checklist of pterophytes. What is the exact number of the pterophytes in India? So as a result of this initiative, so we have prepared a checklist with the help of Fraser Jenkins, myself, and Dr. Kolia. So we have come to a conclusion that 1,107 species of pterophytes or exactly total number of species are reported in India. So this book we have recently published the book, complete checklist of pterophytes in India, part 1, part 2, part 3. I am one of that part 1. I also one of the author of that book. So as I said that in India, totally there are 1,107 species of pterophytes. It includes 34 families and 130 genera. So this is the exact picture of the pterophytes in India as far as the pterophytes is concerned. So out of 100,007 species of pterophytes, there are about 34 families. There are about 5 families are having more number of species. For example, I would like to say that Dryapidaceae, the total number of genera is 17 and total number of species 196 species, followed by Pteridaceae 20 genera, 159 species, Polypodiaceae 21 genera, 128 species, followed by Woodsiaceae 10 genera, 124 species, and the family called Theripidaceae having one genus having 81 species. So this is the complete list of pteridophytes. The maximum number of species are reported in the family belongs to the 5 families. So as far as the pteridophytes of Northeast India is concerned, there are a lot of work has been done so far in the Northeast India. For example, I would like to say that, and for example, fawns of Meghalaya by Rao and Baisya, and fawns of Nagaland by Jamir and Rao, and fawns of Arunachal by that Dixit and Panigiragi. They have, and fawns of Assam by Dr. Portagar and Portagar et al. 2014. They have published a small complete flora of Assam, fawns of Assam. So in addition to that, there are sporadic work has been done so far in that Northeast India, particularly in Manipur, Tripura. They have done a small area like wildlife sanctuaries, that national parks. They have prepared a small checklist of Northeast India, but there is no complete plastic pteridophyte of Northeast India. So to fulfill the lacuna, recently we have taken the initiative to prepare the complete checklist of pteridophytes in Northeast India. As a result, so we have prepared a complete list, and when I was working there, I had been to all the places of Northeast India, particularly Assam, Arunachal, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, and Assam also. So I have visited all the places of Northeast India, each and every corner of the Northeast India where the pteridophytes are in reach. So if you see, there are very few workers, early workers, they have studied the work on that in the eastern the Himalaya, particularly in Assam, that Kacharu 1953, 1975, Panigiragi 1960, they have done a work of part of Assam, and NAFA Panigiragi has done a lot of work, and Darjeeling, Sikkim is not coming in the Northeast India as far as the territorial is concerned. Then Eastern India, that Orissa and Bihar, they have done the work. So as a result of this thing, so when I have taken the initiative to study that pteridophytes of Northeast India, I had been to all the places, as all of you know that Northeast India is surrounded by that 3 international boundaries. One is Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. So this is the map of the Northeast India. You can see here, then the north you can see the China is there. Then in the west, you can see Bhutan is there. In the east, you can see Myanmar, and in that south, you can see the Bangladesh is there. So these are the international boundaries which are surrounded by the Northeast India. So whatever that species are there, you can able to see most of the international elements you can able to see in the Northeast India. Now I would like to show some of the important photographs which I have taken during my field trip to different parts of Northeast India. For example, Mizoram, I have surveyed that Marlin National Park, Phangpe National Park, that Tamba Tiger Reserve, then Phangpe National Park, then Thai Wildlife Sanctuary. These are the areas of Mizoram where the pteridophytes are in reach. See, in Meghalaya also I visited in most of the areas of Naukrik National Park, then Cherrapunji, Palbokram National Park. These are some important areas of Meghalaya where the pteridophytes are in reach. You can see here that Tura Forest area, then Manipur I had been there, then Shirai, then most of the areas I have visited in all the Northeast. In Nagaland I have visited that Nokochung Forest area, Pulibiji Forest area. So most of the areas I have visited during my field tour to Northeast India. Then you can see here Tripura, Safela Wildlife Sanctuary, Rao Wildlife Sanctuary, and other protected areas of Tripura. So as a result, in Arunachal Pradesh, when I was in Itanagar as a scientist, so my main focus was in Northeast India. Particularly, I was very much interested in Arunachal Pradesh because the Arunachal Pradesh is a place where you can see plenty of diversity of plant, not only plant diversity, we can say that biodiversity rich hotspot, we can say that. Because you can see the different types of variation, you can see the different type of vegetation, you can see different types of plant diversity. At the same time, you can see animal diversity also. So when I was there, I had been to all the places of all the districts of Arunachal Pradesh. I have been collected all the plants from whole Arunachal Pradesh. Particularly my target was there in that Arunachal Pradesh because that most of the pteridophytes are growing in that Arunachal Pradesh. These are the areas of Arunachal Pradesh where I have visited during my field tour to Arunachal Pradesh. You can see here entrance of that Arunachal Pradesh. Then you can see Siang and East Siang. You can see that Kurungme forest area. Then Tawang forest area. Then Tawang forest area. Then Tamulang. Then you can see here that Mayodhya Pass. Then you can see that I have been up to the border of China and India. So I can reach up to the border of China. You can see here, this is that Upper Siang district of Arunachal Pradesh. And this is the entrance of the Kurungme district. Whenever we are going, we used to go with the local people. So he is one of that our team members. Then Pasighat, we had been to Pasighat. Then this is very important biodiversity area. This is Kurungume river. You can see the river from the top. We have taken the photograph of that Kurungume river. And so there are different types of, as all of you know that the altitude varies from 1000 to 7000 meter altitude. There are different types of vegetation has been observed in the entire Arunachal Pradesh. You can see all the diversity, or you can see all the all type of vegetation you can see in that entire Arunachal Pradesh. Semi-evergreen forest is there, evergreen forest is there, alpine vegetation is there, then coniferous forest is also there. Then you can see here that border of China and India. So where we have reached up to the border of India and China. So whenever we are going on field tour, as all of you know that most of the people from Northeast India and particularly in Arunachal Pradesh, so it's very risky to go to field tour, particularly from one place to other place. We have to cross the river. So crossing the river, it will take a lot of time. Instead of that, we used to go by that ferry, and we used to go by the forest officials. At the same time, we used to go for that higher officials for the field tour for the our safety purpose. Whenever we are going on field tour, we used to go with local forest people. At the same time, we used to take the local people help also. So you can see here that the place is called Madhuri Lake in Tawang districts, where during the summer season, winter season, so the complete area, complete lake was frozen during that winter time. And this is that lake, what you have seen here. This is the lake, and from above the lake, we all are walking because these are completely frozen, but it is very risky. Even though that we are just people, some people, they are just playing on that lake. And you can see on the roadside during the winter time, the road was completely packed with frozen ice. So every time that whenever the vehicle is going, that before that local peoples or the local officials, local forest department people or the transport people, they used to clear the road with the help of rod, and they used to remove the ice or frozen ice from the road so that the vehicle can able to easily go to that one place to other place. So as I mentioned that Arunachal Pradesh is a rich diversity, not only in Turdophile diversity. At the same time, if you see that total diversity of Arunachal Pradesh is around 4,500 species of flowering plants, and you can see that 1/3 of the total population of the Indian angiosperm diversity, you can see the 1/3 of that population is in Arunachal Pradesh. At the same time, if you ask me, in orchids also in India, there are about 652 orchids are there, of which around 525 orchids are growing only in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a very good diversity, rich area in Arunachal Pradesh. If you ask me that in pteridophytes, as far as the pteridophytes concerned, as I mentioned that 1,157 species of pteridophytes. So 656 species have been reported from that Arunachal Pradesh forest area. It includes 98 genera and 32 families. You can imagine total number of species in India is 1,157 species, but in Arunachal itself, one single state itself, you can see that 656 species. You can imagine that how much diversity of pteridophytes. Whenever we are going on field to different parts of Arunachal Pradesh, a single day, and we used to collect minimum 50 to 60 species. But whenever now I can understand that now if you are going on field to particularly in the Western Ghats and other parts of India, so per day you will get only 5 to 10 plants only you can able to collect. But if you see that, but the condition was entirely different from south to particularly in Arunachal, whenever you are going on field to Arunachal Pradesh, per day minimum you will get 50 to 100 species of pteridophyte, particularly as far as the pteridophyte is concerned, because most of the areas are fully occupied with a different type of vegetation and a different type of climate zone. You can able to see the entire vegetation. So as I mentioned that out of 656 species, there are about 6 families are having more number of species. For example, I would like to say that Rhaphidaceae, that 12 genera is having 128 species. Totally in India, 175 species of pteridophytes in India, but in Arunachal Pradesh itself, we are having 128 species of Rhaphidaceae. This is one of the important family as far as the pteridophyte is concerned, followed by Polypodaceae. You can able to see, I will show some of the important photographs of Polypodaceae. You can see that there are hundreds of species are growing in that Arunachal Pradesh. 21 genera and 106 species, followed by Pteridaceae, 11 genera and 80 species. And in India, you can see maximum number of species have been reported in particularly in Northeast India only, followed by Atheriaceae, 8 genera and 67 species, followed by Thalipidaceae, 1 genus, 48 species, and finally, and the family is called Aspilinaceae, having 1 genus containing 34 species of Aspelnia. So these are the dominant family of particular Arunachal Pradesh. And I would like to show some of the important dominant species which are growing in that Arunachal Pradesh. For example, the genus Therlip is having 48 species. In India, the total number of species is 70. But if you see in Arunachal Pradesh itself is having 48 species of pteridophytes, followed by Diapteridaceae. As I mentioned, that total number of Diapteridaceae is 68 species. That in Arunachal Pradesh itself is having 45 species. The same situation, the same condition is applied to even next genus also Teres. It's having only 56 species in India, but in Arunachal itself we are having 40 species. You can imagine the diversity of richness of diversity in Arunachal Pradesh. You cannot ignore that diversity in particular in Arunachal Pradesh. Followed by Polystichum, 35 species. Then next Aspelinium, 34 species. If you see only 5 to 6 species only maybe growing in some other area, particularly in Eastern Himalaya, in Northwest Himalaya. But most of the species you can able to see in Arunachal Pradesh when compared to other places of India. Then followed by the Diplacim is having 26 species. So these are the dominant species which are growing in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a very, very, very good diversity of pteridophytes in Arunachal Pradesh. So when I was doing that research work on Arunachal Pradesh, around 26 species I have collected from that Arunachal species which are new to India. So most of the species I have collected from that border area of Kurungmen district, Upper Siang district, Tawang and Lower Dibang Valley, Upper Dibang Valley, and even some of the species I have collected from that East Siang, West Siang, also Lower Subansiri, Upper Subansiri districts of Arunachal Pradesh. Most of the species, whatever you are collecting, because nobody has done the work in that particular area, so I am the only person I have started the work in that area. So I have collected 25 species which are new to India, of which apart from the 25 species, around 7 species we have described as a new species. This is one of the species which I have collected on the way to Kurungmen district, on the way to Palin and the Kurungmen districts of Arunachal Pradesh. That we have described as a Tinitis arnachalensis, because the species has been collected from Arunachal. So that is why I wanted to put that species as the name of the species as arnachalensis. Next, I have collected. Next, I have collected one important and interesting species from Arunachal Pradesh, smallest fawn in the world. So I have collected the species myself, and Fraser has, when we have gone on field to Ganga Lake in Itanagar, Pavambare districts. So we have collected one small specimens from that on the way to Ganga Lake. So we are thinking that there's a bryophyte, but when we have studied the material under a microscope, we came to know that this is the soral arrangement is there in the tip of the pinhole. So we thought that this is something interesting. Then finally we studied the material based on that under the microscope and the previous literature. We came to that this is a Trichomonas species. So very interesting applicatum that species, the Trichomonas, very important, interesting species, smallest fan. The size of the pinhole is 1 to 1.5 centimeter. So very interesting. After that, Gujarat team, they have studied the material. They have collected some other species in Obioglossum. They have described as the smallest fawn in the world. So this is the second smallest fawn in the world. So next one is that Diapteris rubrogunea. This I have collected on the way to Mayadhya, Lower Dibang Valley districts of Arunachal Pradesh at an altitude of 1,800 meter altitude. It's also very interesting. This also is a new to India. This belongs to a family Diapteridaceae. Next, new to India. See, these two species, when I was collecting the species, I was thinking that it's a very common species of Diapteris, and this is a common species of Tecteria. But when I have studied the material under the microscope, I came to know that this is not the Diapteris Stenolopus. This belongs to a family Diapteridaceae, but this is not the Diapteris falcata, but this is a Diapteris namigata, because that rhizome scales are entirely different from the species. At the same time, if you see the next one, that this is Tecteria ternifolia. This I have collected from Itanagar Wildlife Sanctuary of Pavambare district. So when I was collected the species, I was thinking that this is a common species of Tecteria ocodonata or Tecteria polymorpha. But when I studied the species under the microscope, I could able to see that some of the hairy structures are on the back side of the pinhole. So it's the character of the belongs to species of Tecteria ternifolia. So this also earlier reported from China and Bhutan also. So these are the species which may be migrated from China, or which it may be migrated from Bhutan from that to India. So next one is the Polystichum tangmensis. This also belongs to the family Diapteridaceae. These also I have collected from that Mayadya, Lower Dibang Valley districts of Arunachal Pradesh. This I have collected the 2,850 meter of altitude, and this is a very interesting species. You can see that species is having soray with indusium, white color indusium, flap like indusium. It's a very interesting species. This I have collected from Mayadya forest area in the Dibang Valley. In addition to that, there are so many species. I don't want to show all the species. I have put only a selected photograph for that new to India. This is Balviti dibatica. This also we have collected. This is one of the vegetative bird species which that Balviti is having. This also earlier it was reported from Tibet, but recently we have collected the species from Arunachal Pradesh. Then Gymnocarbium ayamansi. These also we have collected from Mechuka forest area in Siang, Upper Siang districts of Arunachal Pradesh. It's a very interesting species. When I have collected the species, I was really very happy that it's a very interesting, because first time I have seen the species in Arunachal Pradesh. It's a very interesting species. At the same time, it's a new to India also. So when I discuss about that alpha diversity, I thought that I would like to discuss about beta diversity also. As all of you know that comparison of species richness in different ecological factors such as altitude, rainfall, temperature, and vegetation, soil types, and forest types also play a major role for the richness of the species. For example, pteridophytes, I would like to say that about pteridophytes ecological character. So when we have collected the species in a particular altitude, so altitude also play a major role for the richness of the species. At the same time, rainfall is also play a major role, temperature is also play a major role, soil types and forest type also play a major role for the richness of the diversity. I would like to say just to say one or two examples for the richness of the pteridophytes, then you can able to understand the species. Altitude with the species richness. So I have visited all the districts of Arunachal Pradesh, as I mentioned that in the earlier 2 minutes before. So districts with high altitude mountains are rich in pteridophytes, usually more than 300 species. Districts with low altitude mountains, for example, below that 1,000 meter or below 800 meter, usually that poor in pteridophyte, usually less than 100 species. So the same trend you can apply in in India. You can any mountain you can apply, because this is the normal trend in pteridophytes you can see in throughout the country. And I can say that graph you can easily understand the thing. The species which are growing 0 to 500, the number of species is less. Species which are growing in 500 meter to 1,000, that number of species automatically increasing. If you see that 1,000 to 1,500 meter, if you see here 1,000 to 1,500 meter, the number of species gradually increasing. 1,500 to 2,000 meter, the number of species automatically declining. So altitude play a major role for the richness of the species. You can understand that from the graph. You can easily study the material. You can easily study that altitude variation as far as the pteridophyte is concerned. At the same time, altitude also play a major role. At the same time, you can see the temperature and with the species richness. Temperature has also play a major role for the richness of the species. It is evidence from my study that I studied that in the Arunachal Pradesh. So maximum number of species, that is 305 species richness in Upper Dibang Valley district, where the temperature is only below 25 degrees centigrade. At the same time, if you see maximum range of temperature above 25 degrees centigrade in Pavumbari district, that is a Itanagar forest area, where the number of species is below 100. So altitude, temperature play a major role for the richness of the species as far as the pteridophyte is concerned. So at the same time, if you see that forest types, as all of you know that there are different types of forest has been observed in the entire Arunachal Pradesh. You can see that out of 26 districts, maximum of a different type like altitude, low altitude grasslands, high altitude grasslands, semi-evergreen forest, evergreen forest, tropical forest, moist tropical forest, and at the same time pine forest also you can see, then alpine vegetation also you can see. So there are different types of vegetation. So you can see that the maximum number of species has been observed in that forest where that evergreen forest is there. And maximum numbers you can able to find out from the evergreen forest. The minimum number of species, for example, I can say that the same thing, the same trend was on the applicable to here also, that 128 species have been reported in Pavumbari district where that tropical evergreen forest is there. At the same time, you can see that semi-dry deciduous forest is also there in the Pavumbari district. So altitude, temperature, and forest types also play a major role for the richness of the species. And now I would like to discuss about ecological group of pteridophytes. As you know that plants are growing in different ecological variation. For example, some plants may be growing as a terrestrial, some plants may be growing as epiphyte, some plants may be growing as a lithophyte, and some plants may be growing as both epiphytes or lithophyte also. Some of the species which are growing in aquatic species as a growing as aquatics in area also. So based on the pteridophytes, we have classified in that out of 656 species of pteridophytes, out of 606 species of pteridophytes, you can able to see 190 species are reported as a terrestrial, of which out of 656 species. These are the terrestrial, as all know, the terrestrial species which are growing on the terrestrial. And next, epiphytes, 260 species of pteridophytes are growing as epiphytes in Arunachal Pradesh out of 656 species. So then lithophytes, out of 656, 150 species are reported as lithophytes in Arunachal Pradesh. Then epilithic, as I mentioned that the species which are growing, maybe it may be growing as epiphytes or lithophytes, 186 species are growing as lithophytes. So then next I would like to discuss about threatened pteridophytes. You can ask how you are telling that these species are coming under threatened category. So based on the field experience, based on the old literature, so we have come to a conclusion, these are the species are coming under threatened category. At the same time, now we have started that work, now we are doing the work on that IUCN category, how to study that species under threatened category. So now we have taken the initiative to do the work. So in this report earlier, based on my own experience, at the same time I have considered this different literature. So our own surveys have revealed that 214 species of pteridophytes are coming under threatened category. You can see here 159 species are at risk, of which 120 species are critically endangered, 82 near threatened species, and remaining 113 species are coming under rare. So constituting 31 to 35% of the total number, of which 656 species of pteridophytes are Arunachal Pradesh are threatened category. I would like to just share a small example with you. This is the diversity of Cythia henryi, which is growing in that Ganga Lake. You can see most other people you might have seen in the species in Ganga Lake. This is a Cythia henryi. This is the only tree fawn. Good diversities are there in that Arunachal Pradesh. So at the same time, next I would like to show that next slide. This is also very good diversity. When I was there, I have taken the photograph. You can see here also very good diversity of Cythia henryi. I have taken the photograph from that Upper Siang districts of Arunachal Pradesh. But recently, when I had been there to that area, the total diversity is completely declining, or due to the natural calamities or man-made activities or anthropogenic effects. So there are so many factors are responsible for the decline in the forest diversity. You can see the diversity. If every year or that is, diversity, forest diversity, particularly I can say that tree diversity, tree fund diversity of Arunachal Pradesh. So day by day, if it is going the day by day declining the population, automatically that number of species is getting reduced. So we cannot able to have that maximum number of species diverse in that area. So next, I would like to show that some of the important species which I have collected from that Arunachal Pradesh. This is Obioglossum pendulum, belongs to the family Obioglossy. You can see that so the Obioglossum, as all of you know, that most of the species are growing as a terrestrial. But in Arunachal Pradesh, on the way to Upper Siang districts of Arunachal Pradesh, I have come across one species which are growing on the tree. So earlier I was thinking that this species belongs to the family Piteriaceae because it's a Piteria only is having that type of nature. But when I have collected that, I could able to find out the dimorphic structure. So I can see that this is something different than when I study the material and the microscope and literature. So I came to a conclusion that this is Obioglossum pendulum, which was reported earlier in our Assam, but in Arunachal Pradesh is a new record. But earlier it was reported from Kerala forest area also. So very interesting species around 1,200 above 1,200 meter altitude. Next is Cythia burnonia. This is also a very interesting species. You can able to see this species in that common in the low altitude also. For example, Itana Wildlife Sanctuary, and on the way to BSI Pune, BSI Itanagar, you can able to see the species on the way to BSI Itanagar. So next, most of the people may be knowing about tree species in Pteridophyte Cythia only. But here I would like to emphasize here is that not only tree species, Cythia is not only tree species, but also one more species is there in Pteridophyte that is called Sibosium baromedes. This is very interesting species. This is also growing as a tree only. So for most of the people, they may think that this is also Cythia, but this is not a Cythia. This is Sibosium baromedes. You can able to see the soral arrangement of the pinna, and you can able to identify the species. This is Sibosium baromedes, and this is highly medicinal Pteridophyte also. At the same time, Dipteris wallichii, this also when you are seeing that species, you can able to see this is maybe it may be angiosperm palm or palm plant like that. But it's not a palm plant. When you study When you see that soral arrangement of the backside of the pinhole, and you can able to find the sore arrangement is there. Lot of sore, you can see here, there are sore arrangement is there in that area. So based on that thing, we can able to identify the species. This is Dipteris wallichii, very interesting species. These also are coming under threatened category in Arunachal Pradesh. And next, Urania aspidiatus, this piece also coming under threatened category in that area. Then Woodya unigemata, this is also very interesting. Die-yielding fawn from the Arunachal Pradesh, you can able to see in Lower Subansiri. At the same time, you can able to see Upper Subansiri district also. So I have collected the species from Upper Subansiri districts of Arunachal Pradesh. And next, I would like to discuss about endemic fawns. As I mentioned that out of 1,157 species of pteridophytes, earlier it was report said that Chandra has reported 233 species of pteridophytes are endemic to India. So 233 number of species endemic India is very big number. So after that, when we have started that work on pteridophytes of India checklist, we have studied the material based on the collection which are housed at different herbaria, and we came to a conclusion that only 47 species are endemic to India. Only 47 out of 1,157, only 47 species. Out of 47 species, 31 species are endemic to Western Ghats. Only 2 species are endemic to Northeast India, and that also particularly in Arunachal Pradesh. I don't know the reason. We have to study the reason, because the rich diversity area, I don't know why the endemic species are not there in that Northeast India when compared to Western Ghats. So these are the 47 endemic species on India. Cupertia, Selaginella, Isati, these are the species, and the total species, the genus with this total species number. If you ask me in that endemic to Northeast India, these species I have collected from Machuka forest area in Upper Siang districts of Arunachal Pradesh. So this is Phalanornis balancea. This is a very interesting species. I have collected the species. Earlier it was reported as Polystichum pallida, but now the name has been changed into Phalanornis balancea. Next one is that Tecteria subcontinent. These are also very interesting. These are on the way to Kurungumen districts of Arunachal Pradesh. I have collected the species at an altitude of 1,800 species meter altitude. So these are the only two endemic species which are growing in Northeast India. Out of 656 species of Arunachal Pradesh, only 2 species are endemic to Northeast India. As far as the medicinal pteridophytes are concerned, as I mentioned that there are about these I have. Here, I can say here, only 53 species have been reported as medicinal pteridophytes, and most of the species are used for common cold to Alzheimer's diseases. I would like to show some of the important photographs or important species which are having highly medicinal important species. I mean, just like a Selanica belongs to the family Oviglaceae. These species is highly medicinal use for the rhizome is given for improving memory power, dysentery, and impotency. This is a very interesting species which we have collected. Next one is Adiantum capillaris veneris, belongs to the family Adiantaceae. This species also very much useful for medicinal purpose, that emotional tonic and hair tonic. It is also having the anti-cancerous chemical compound in that plant, antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral properties, which we have already published that report in that 2012 Indian Journal of Medicinal Pteridophytes book. At the same time, Adiantum caudatum is also we are having with us, and these also very interesting species which we have collected from Arunachal Pradesh. That species is used in skin diseases, for example, diabetes, cough, and fever. And these all the information we have collected from the local, and most of the information earlier report says that, for example, here that you can say that Burgle 1966, he has mentioned that this species is used for skin diseases. Next, we are having Angiopteris alferiana. These also used for dysentery and disease of blood ulcers. Spores are used to effect in the treatment of leprosy and skin diseases. These also we have collected from Arunachal Pradesh, Assam State, and Tripura. And next one is the Blechnum orientalis. These also you can able to see different morphology, different color of the some of the species, some of the plants which are used for that preparing the dye. For dye purpose, they are using the plant, and at the same time they are using for that poultry for boils in Malaya. Rhizome is used for anthalamic in China, and fronds are used for urinary bladder complaints in India. Polynesia, Asia diaphoretic, aromatic, and appetitive in Philippines. So these also this species also growing in Arunachal Pradesh. So in addition to that, I would like to just finally I would like to close that my talk with a small discussion about conservation of pteridophyte. As all of you know that conservation has to be done by the two sector. One is the in situ conservation, the ex situ conservation. In situ conservation has to be done by forest department, that we can't do anything, because that like already they are doing the work on national park in the way of national park, wildlife sanctuary, biosphere reserve, and other protected areas. So ex situ conservation we can do to conserve that species in the botanical garden. For example, in India, there are so many gardens are there: National Botanical Research Institute, Tropical Botanical Garden Research Institute. BSc is also having very good garden in Aura, and Indian Himalaya Biological Technology Research Institute is there in Palambur, Malabar Botanical Garden, Wayanad Botanical Garden, and Kodaikanal Botanical Garden. So these are some important botanical gardens which they are having their pteridophyte collections. They are having very good number of pteridophytes in India. So you can, in that way, you can conserve the species, because in as far as that Arunachal Pradesh is concerned. So as I mentioned, that 656 species of pteridophytes are coming under that in the Arunachal Pradesh, of which maximum of species are coming under threatened category. It is our duty, we have to conserve the species as a youngsters, as a researcher, as a common people. It is our duty, we have to conserve the nature, because as a person, we have to, until unless if we are not conserving the species, and nobody is going to bother about the species. With this word, I would like to just conclude my speech. Finally, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me opportunity. And if you are having any doubt, most welcome.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Dr. Vinith, your voice is not clear.
I think completely. Completely.
Welcome, sir. My name is Kalim Zama. Sir, my question is, earlier you said that the smallest pteridophytes you have found in Ganga Lake. I want to ask that what is the name of the smallest plant you have found in Ganga Lake?
I'm not getting.
What is the name of the smallest plant you have found in the Ganga Lake, Itanagar?
Hello? Hello?
Sir. Hello?
Probably he is asking about the that CYTOTAXONOMY fund.
No, sir. The name.
That's how he is asking about the smallest fund you have found in Ganga Lake. So he is asking the name.
Okay. That hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are
audible. That name of the species is Trichomonas parvifolium, belongs to family Hymenophyllaceae, which is we have collected on the way to the Ganga Lake. You can see in Ganga Lake that when you are entering the Ganga Lake, you can see that wall.
Yes.
You can able to see the species. Still, it is growing there. I discussed with Dr. Vinith also. He was telling that species growing over there.
Sir, one more question is there. the medicine contrast the
Mike more unclear.
hello sir.
Yes, yes, your voice is clear. Tell me.
Was also participate in the 33rd Atlantic expedition.
Sir, my question is, the leaf extract is used in the treatment of dysentery, disease of blood ulcer. How to create it? How to use it?
Actually, as per the report says that we can use, you have to crush that leaf material and you have to use raw, or you can boil it in that leaf material and you can take that juice for that leaf from the leaf material. But some of the information we have collected from the local tribal people and in Arunachal Pradesh, some of the information we have collected from that published literature. And recently that book has been published in Arunachal Pradesh State Biodiversity Board by State Biodiversity Board and that Medicinal Trade Affairs of Arunachal Pradesh. If you are having any doubt, or you can go through that book and you will get more idea, more information from that book.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Running, your battery is running low already. Oh, yeah. कोई भी ऑन करो उसको भी ऑन कर दो क्या करेंगे
Good morning, sir. My name is Adar Taba. I am from GNS College, Itanagar. My question is, what are the medicinal properties of the territory white?
So you can see plenty of medicinal properties are there from alkaline to alkaline. Most of, for example, you can see that some glycerides, some you can see, you can able to find out some other chemical compound called glycerides, which can be used for Alzheimer's diseases. So these are the medicine. There are so many things are there in that medicinal trade and which can cure from common cold to Alzheimer's disease. That. So even you can see common cold, you can use for that thing, and the stomach problem disorders, and even that dysentery, and up to I can say that one example. Cupercia filanda belongs to family that Cupercaceae, where you can see that the species that they have collected this compound from that plant called cupercin. That cupercin compound is used to cure Alzheimer's diseases. So that is the almost one of the very good medicine which Tradafed is having, that is called cupercin. That name of the chemical compound is called cupercin.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, my name is Damini Yadav. I'm working in NBRI, Lucknow.
Okay.
So my question is, sir, how we can assess the current conservation status of any area? I mean, how we can assign any plant that it is threatened or in any other category, just by counting the species number or telling the species richness and all, or any other way?
See, now that IUCN has put forth some criteria how to study the threatened category. For example, there are so many criteria they have put. So based on the criteria you have to follow, and based on the experience also you can tell that these are the species are coming in the threatened category. But if you want to publish the data systematically, and you have to do for that what IUCN that have put for that category, you have to follow the category. For example, if there is species distribution, species abundance, or species threatened in that area, and how many square kilometer that species are growing, how many individuals are growing. So a lot of things you have to study, and a lot of data you have to take. Then only you can able to tell if you want to publish that information in a reputed journal. Or suppose if you want to tell very casually that these are the species are very threatened in that area by namesake, you can tell. But when you are going to publish the data, you have to tell as in a proof matter that I have taken the data from that, I have studied that area by putting that quadrant method, by studying that species abundance, and we have to study that number of individuals in the particular square kilometer. So these are the things you have to study. Then only you can able to tell that these are the coming under threatened category and like that.
So is there any software for like to assign the threatened category in ICN?
Software, if you see that ICN now, they are giving a very detailed picture of that ICN category.
Yes.
Yeah. So from there you can able to identify, you can able to study, because that is for you cannot use that same ICN category for small area like National Park Wildlife Sanctuary. You have to take it in a sort of big area, and for that also ICN has given that some regional wise assessment data. So you can follow the regional assessment data that will be helpful for you in that regional wise. So if you want to study that like a very big area like Western Ghats or Northeast India, so that you can use for that IUCN category.
Yes.
General category you can use them.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for wonderful presentation and sharing us your work with us. Now, I would like to invite our.
Hello. Can I ask one question?
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, voice is clear.
Benjamin, namaskar. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, your voice is clear, sir.
Hello. I have just a query. Why did you put all the genera of Thalidaceae into a single genus Thalipteri? Already, as per the PPG1 classifications, there are so many genera which has already justified. Then why you have put all the genera into single genus in Thalipteris?
Actually, it's a very good question. I also like this question, because what happened in Thalipteridaceae, there are a lot of variation of species is there. So these people, they have put in that one gene under one genus around 80 species. So it is very difficult to categorize the species. Earlier it was in Pitchy classification, they have put around 42 genera under that Thalipteridaceae. So it is very easy to classify the species.
Yes,
For example, Crystalla, you can able to put in a one character, and you can put Thalipteridaceae, you can put one character. Then Trigonospora, you can put in one character. But now what happened? These people, they have done that molecular studies. So they, based on the molecular studies, based on the thing, they have put it in the only one. They have taken into one genus, and they have put all the species in that genus. So that is why it is very difficult to identify. There is very difficult to categorize the species. For example, if you ask me very clearly, so I also don't like that classification. But since that is a recent classification, we have to follow, and it is necessary. It is not necessary we have to follow. It is our convenient. We can follow that thing, or if you are not comfortable with that classification, you can just follow the same Pitchy classification, which is very useful for each and common people also.
Sir, actually, whenever you go for the identification, we generally follow the same, suppose in Thalipteridaceae, in the same genus concept for any genus of the Thalipteridaceae.
That you can follow.
We go for the key in the same way, but at the same time, we're not accepting that the general are existing. Although in PPG1 classification, all the generals are there.
My point is that it is up to you. If you want to follow the classification, you can follow. There won't be any issue. But I am comfortable with that classification. That is okay,
sir.
And if you are comfortable with the Pitchy classification, that is fine, well and good, and you can more comfortable with that thing, and you can easily identify, you can easily classify the species based on that easy characters of the family.
Okay. Sir, actually what happens, whenever you send any paper to the journals they are always asking the same thing. why it is the synonym. They are telling it is the synonym. You justify why it is synonym.
No, see, even in the materials method also you can mention that I am comfortable, I am following that Pichisalmi classification. That is the reason just I am putting this family under that genus. For example, Trigonospora, for example, that Pronephrium or that Spirostephanus, or like that you can just give the justification.
Yes.
There won't be any problem for that. Even in materials method, you can just put that I am following, since I am comfortable with that Pichisalmi classification, I am putting these species under that category. Like that you can put, and you can just follow the same thing. That will be
as per the nomenclature rules, is it okay? Because I have not studied the nomenclature rules. All the genera in territory. Is it okay as per the nomenclature rule? It's just a query, sir.
It's not okay. It's not okay. That's what I mean. Still we have not come to a conclusion that we all have to follow that only this classification, recent classification. So nobody was telling like that. So if you are comfortable, you can follow the classification. If you are not comfortable, you can just go to that same classification 1966, which they have published. That will be
Hello, sir. Just one question more.
Yes.
Sir, in your PPT, you as you assigned Dryopteridaceae family is a dominant species in that particular area.
Yes.
Okay. So it is just by counting the species number, or by your experience, like, or it is based on the coordinate based, or how you assign that species is dominant in that
area. When I was doing that research work on that area for last 5 years when I was in Itanagar, so I have surveyed all the areas of Arunachal Pradesh, not only Arunachal Pradesh, whole Northeast India. So maximum number of species I have collected from that family belongs to the family Dryopteridaceae, and 128 species of family. So followed by that the Polypodiaceae. Maximum number, because that Dryopteridaceae, that normally it grows on high altitude, and Arunachal Pradesh is having that very good diverse, very good altitude in nature. So you will get plenty of Dryopteridaceae of Dryopteridaceae species in Northeast India, particularly in Arunachal Pradesh. So whenever you are going on the maximum number of species, you will get more than 1,500 meter altitude, and that highest altitude is the 7,600 meter, which is nearby Tawang and Kamledka, that nearby districts. So that area that you will see plenty of species, maximum number of species will grow in high altitude only, and that also belongs to family Dryopteridaceae.
Sir, and you have taken any parameter to assign this? My question is, any statistical parameter you have compared the species number species between two?
We are doing that thing. We are doing the general survey. We are
about
all the species. We are not leaving any species. We are not targeting any particular family. We are not targeting any particular genus. And we are collecting all the species, whatever species which are growing in Arunachal Pradesh, and we used to collect, we used to identify.
So you assigned any species dominant species just by surveying a journal survey after two or three fields?
Dominant species, matlab number of species, not individuals. Number of species. Number of species more in Northeast India, particularly in Arunachal Pradesh, that is Dryopteridaceae, 128 species. If you ask me the same thing in general diversity of in India, that also you can see that maximum number of species is Dryopteridaceae only.
Okay, sir. So this is applicable only for the area where high diversities of radiophytes found, or we can also take this species to any area where
even suppose if you are doing survey in particular national park or wildlife sanctuary or some protected areas, if you are taking, and that also you can say these are the species are dominant in the particular wildlife sanctuary or protected area or national park, like that you can mention in such a way that you can do that classification, that you can do that ecological studies in that way. Maximum number of species in the family, minimum number of species in the particular family, maximum number of genera in the particular area, like that you can able to choose. Like,
so don't you think that if we take any statistical parameter, so we can more appropriately can say that this species is dominant or this species is rare? Just by counting number is, I think, not a very.
You are asking a very good question, but since our department's main objective is to do the survey and documentation, so our target is to survey that area, document the diversity, and document the total number of species, how many species are there in the particular area. That is our thing. What you are doing, that is a separate being. That is a separate thing we have to do. That is why ecological studies we have to do. We have to put a quadrate. We have to study that.
Yes, exactly.
And second quadrate we have to put. So for that we don't have any objective in our department, but our students are doing that thing for their PhD work. So if you are doing that thing, that will be very good for that
Yes,
ecological studies. It's a very good, actually, very good topic, very good topic. At the same time, it can ask me that very big topic also.
Yes, so we trying to do this to assign an area its current conservation status by doing this coordinate-based study and counting the species and comparing it with different species and different location based on statistical approach.
Yeah, you can use that Shannon index also. That software also.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Really want to thank all the participants for making this session interactive, but we are like sorting of time, so we only make 2 questions in one presentation. So rest may put a question in the inbox. Sir, kindly send share your email with us, sir.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Now, I would like to invite our third speaker, Dr. Pratibha Gupta, Scientist F and Head CBL Howrah. She is currently working as a head of office in Central Botanical Laboratory, VSI, Kolkata. She is a leading expert in the field of ethnological studies in India. She has published 3 books till date, namely Algae of India, Cyanophysia of Malda District, West Bengal, Algae of India, a checklist of Dinophysia. She has also participated in the 33rd Atlantic expedition in the year 2014. A book on the algal diversity of Antarctica is in press. It's an honor to have you with us, madam. Over to you, ma'am. You may take your time.
Can I share my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Slides are visible?
Ma'am, it is visible, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. And first, I would like to thank the Arunachal Pradesh State Council, Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, organizer, and Dr. A.A. Mao, and all the organizing team, and Dr. Vineet Rawat, head of the office, Itanagar, for giving me this opportunity to present here. But today's the topic of the talk is algae and overview. Algae is such an important group. In future will be the time of algae only, because the algae is very important, and they are producing more oxygen than the hair plant or others. So, and mitigating the carbon also, and they are also taking care of this global warming. And so there are so many important things now, and the fossil fuels is also now in the coming years it will be replaced by this biofuels also. So now, if we are talking about the algae and cyanobacteria, now it has been segregated, and in the classification previously it was in the algae. So we can say the cyanobacteria and algae are the photosynthetic organism, convert the solar energy into chemical energy by using sunlight, carbon dioxide, water, and minerals that can be utilized by the human and other organisms on the earth. The first primitive forms of the life, called as cyanoprokaryote, originated during 3 billion years ago, whereas the cyanoprokaryote performing photosynthesis originated during 3 billion years ago. and it has been uniquely positioned in the evolutionary hierarchy of the earlier living world predominantly even during the Precambrian era. They are the nature's first foundational mother and father for performing the photosynthesis and also the founder of the aquatic movement. When we are talking about the algae, so singular is if you are talking about a single species, that it should be alga. And we are talking about the group, then we have to write or speak like algae. The member of this group, as I told, that predominantly the aquatic photosynthetic organism of this group. And now the algae is coming under the protista and the cyanoprokaryotes under the monera. The algae have many type of life cycles, and it is from microscopic to the large giant kelp. And these their photosynthetic pigments are more varied than those of the plants. And apart from this, the ecological role as a oxygen producer or as a food base for almost all the aquatic life, algae are ecologically important as a source of crude oil, source of food, pharmaceutical, industrial product for humans, etc. And the taxonomy of the algae is contagious and the subject to the rapid change as a new molecular information is discovered. And there are a lot of questions also raised by the classification of the algae in that way that I will discuss. And the study of the algae is called as phycology, and the person who is studying the algae is known as phycologist. The algae are the most ubiquitous organism, and the planktonic algae are the microscopic, grow in the water, and whereas the mustonic algae grow on the water surface and can be a microscopic to the macroscopic. And this cryophilic algae occurs on the snow, the thermophilic algae on the hot spring, and edaphic algae on the soil, and epizooic algae grow on the animal like turtles, and epiphytic algae grow on the fungi, land plants, other algae, and corticulous algae grow on the bark of the tree. The epiphytic algae live on the rocks, endolithic algae live on the porous rocks, and other algae grow on the rocks and the fishes. Some algae live inside the organism, and in a general sense, these are called the endosymbiotic, and this endosymbiotic live in the protozoans or in the animal, such as shelled as the gastropods, whereas the endophytic or the endosymbionts live in the fungi, plants, or other algae. The algae produced as an estimated 30 to 50% of the oxygen, 30% of the global oxygen available for the humans and other terrestrial animals. Now it is reported that up to 70%. If we are talking about the algal diversity is considered at the level of the richness of the species of the higher taxonomic rank. And when we are talking about the habitat of the algae, the most commonly algae found on the fresh water, it can be in the lotic water or in the lentic water or in the pond, ephemerals, river Ganga, etc. Marine algae, brackish water, estuarine, epiphytic algae on the tree or any other moist object, you can get the algae. It is very easily grown. Soil, rock, sand, stone, animals, bone, feathers, iron fences, moist object, snow, cold lakes, and underneath the 5 meters of the ice pack in the Antarctica. The also found in the cryopnoid pools that I will discuss. The thermal algae, tree algae, moist algae, tank algae, reserve algae, filter algae, and also found on the sewage. Now coming to the survey, collection, culture, identification of cyanoprokaryotes and algae. And this is the system of classification of fish, and still that system followed for the study of the algae and cyanoprokaryotes. And here the 11 classes, algae has been classified on the 11 classes: Cyanophyceae, Chlorophyceae, Xanthophyceae, Chrysophyceae, Cryptophyceae, Dinophyceae, Bacillariophyceae, Chloromonotini, Euglenoophyceae, Phaeophyceae, and Rhodophyceae. The total number of the cyanoprokaryotes reported in the world is 7,500, and in India 1,232. The first reporting of the cyanoprokaryotes or cyanophycean forms, that is Calothix indica from Assam by Montaigne in 1849. And when we are talking about the Cyanophyceae, the people are very much confused because there are so many names for the Cyanophyceae. The common name is blue-green algae, and previously it was called as the Schizophyceae, then Myxophyceae, then Cyanophyceae, blue-green bacteria, cyanobacteria. Now it is called as Cyanoprokaryota, that name given by the Combeck and Anagnostis in 1998. And these are the number of the species recorded from the India. And the BSI has also prepared a checklist of that Cyanophyceae. Total number of species in India 1,232, Chlorophyceae 3,745, and Diatom 3,777, Xanthophyceae 71, Chrysophyceae 93, Euglenoophyceae 516, and Phaeophyceae 211, Rhodophyceae 442, and Dinophyceae 287 species. Now coming to the different group of the algae, if we are going to study the group wise, as I told previously, the Cyanophyceae, it was under the algae, and now the people found that due to presence of prokaryotic nature or the nucleus, that it has been considered under the bacteria, and it was entered its presence in the Burgess Manual of Bacteriology. And now, but still the people are studying on the group of algae. The cyanobacteria, these are the common species, Anavina, Oscillatoria, and the green algae is typically green, but not always, and it is generally look like greenish in color. And this is the Padiastum species, and Chlorella, and this is Cinnatus bodygoda. And diatoms are usually yellow-brown in the color, and diatoms are usually sessile and can be numerous in the freshwater. And there are so many categories that I will discuss later on. But these are fairly common in the freshwater and have two semicells. You can see like a mirror-like image of this Cosmarium. This is a group of Desmis, and this is Clostridium. And Cara is often called as the muskgrass or the sun weeds because of its foul, musty, almost garlic-like odor, and it was submerged, and the whorled branch with 6 to 16 branches left around each node. And Netella is commonly known as the stonebirds, resemble with the small tree and grow as the miniature forest. And multicellular algae, Netella has no odor and is often soft to touch, and unlike the Cara, and the stonebirds are like to dark green in the color. Now coming to the survey, if we are talking about the survey, if you have to submit any project, how you will decide that area, that which area you have to survey, then you have to keep in mind these following points, that the thorough literature search is very much required. How much work has been done, and what are the area left in a particular area, and how much area you will cover in your survey trip. These are the basic items required for the survey and collection. The valid map, Survey of India map is required. If you are going for the survey, that will be very helpful to you. GPS data, if any data available through the literature with previous data, that will helpful to you. for study, camera, magnifying glass, GPS, so that you can take your own reading of the GPS, then from where you have collected the sample. Notebook, pen, pencil for writing the important points, salient features in the field trip, and hand gloves for taking the sample, sampling vials, phytoplankton net, glass marker pen for putting the detailed information in the sampling vials, forceps, needle, scalpel, dropper, depending upon the situation from where you are going to collect the cyanophycean and algal forms. Brush culture, brush is for taking the sample. Sometimes you are taking the sample from the stones or rock, so that you can brush it and put it on the water, so that for this diatom study you can use it. Culture vials containing the media. If you are going to do the culture of the sample, for that there is no need to preserve the sample by the formaldehyde solution. If you are going for only microscopic study, then you have to fix the sample at the site of collection by the formaldehyde solution. Copper sulfate, if you can put only one crystal of 1 or 2 crystal of the copper sulfate, the sample will be as it is. The field book for writing the details, thermometer for taking the temperature, pH strip, and water analysis kit. If you are going to take from where you are going to take the samples and you have planned to study the viral in which this water analysis, that in which condition you have collected the algal sample. Paraffin bag to seal the bottles after taking the sample, dropping bottle, BOD bottle if you are planning for the biological oxygen demand or chemical oxygen demand sample. So for that it is required, otherwise it is not required. Container for collection of the water and cap. Here you can see these are the phytoplankton net specifically designed for taking the algal samples in the water. These are the two types of net. Here you are seeing that this is the rope phytoplankton net, and here you can see a rod. So it depends that from the water body, which type of water body you are collecting the sample. If it is the water is on near to collect, then only you can use this rod phytoplankton net. Otherwise, you have to use this rope phytoplankton net, so that you can take the sample from more distance. These are the things which is required for the collection. This is GPS, handycam, camera, gloves, and this thermometer, glass marker, pad to write the details of the field from where you have taken the sample, and it's a tissue paper, this the paraffin bag, etc. And here these things are also required, but depends from where you are taking the samples. If you are taking the sample of epiphytic algae, then this scalpel is required. When you are taking the sample from the bank of water bodies, river Ganga or anything, you can use the forceps or dropper also. As I told, if you are taking the sample from rock and stone, you can use the brush also. We are collecting some sort of samples by using the dropper from the bank of the water bodies. And this is the water multi-parameter water proof meter. If you are planning to study the water analysis physicochemical parameter, then you can use such type of multi-parameter water proof meter. It's a very good. In that way, you don't have need to collect the sample and come on the laboratory and you use the chemicals, all these things, and do the assay. You can directly use this kit in the field and you will immediately get the data. You come on the laboratory and you can download your data. In that way, it's very good. And here I'm just showing that if you can do 8 parameters at a time. These are the temperature, pH, EC, TDS, salinity, pressure, and dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen is very important parameter. Depends that how much polluted water body is. If your water body is polluted, you will get the very less dissolved oxygen value. The optimum value is 4, and here you can see that the variation in the value also. This is a field book. In field book, you can also put your data. And now I'm talking about the collection. Note down the following parameter if you are going for collection of sample. It is very much required, and it will be helpful for the identification also. So the GPS data, we can also save on the GPS. Now all the devices are very advanced, so you can save that GPS data, and after coming from the laboratory, coming back from the field, you can download on the laboratory. Shape of the water body, color of the water body, depth of the water body, if available, and water temperature, atmospheric temperature, taste and odor of water, water is turbid or clean, surrounding area, date of collection, give the feed numbers of the sample, collect the water for phytoplankton density. If you want to see the phytoplankton density, then you can collect the water, you can filter the water after coming back to the laboratory, and then you can study by using the immunocytometer and all. You can count the phytoplankton. Collect the water for the physical chemical parameter if you want to do the DOD, COD and all that. Here, this is the photograph of the Antarctica. The collection of the sample is very difficult in the Antarctica. There is no plain surface. You have to always go on the uneven plateau, and sometimes you have to reach, you have to climb on the snow ice or on the lake also, frozen lake also. And if you reach on the height, then you will be only be able to see that on the another side there is a water body, or you can take your sample also. And here using the phytoplankton for taking the sample from the water body in Antarctica. And this is the cyanoprokaryote sample in the waterlogged area. And this is the cyanoprokaryote sample in the waterlogged rock. And here you can see the algal samples on the surface. And here you can see the scum formation. You just see what are the difference in the environment. If we see such type of photograph in India, that is very common. But if we get such type of things in Antarctica, it is very uncommon due to the anthropogenic activities caused by the people who are going from here. Such type of condition develop and the temperature raised. Can you imagine the temperature at 8 degrees in Antarctica? So this is the result of global warming, you can see. This is the collection of the sample from the bank of the water bodies. Here you can see, as I told you previously, in the habitat, the algae grown on the feather of the snow petal. You can see here. And here the sample after collection, and this is the sample in my hand. And here you can see, this is the sample of the algae within the frozen lake of Antarctica. You can see here, you have to crush the ice by using the ice sack, and after that you can collect this sample. This is very difficult to take the sample in the Antarctica. In here, this is the algal sample on the rock. And here you can see, as I told you on the habitat, that the algal samples were also found in the cryoconite pool. This is the photograph of the Antarctica the ice shelf, from where we have drilled that portion of the ice. And then we found, this is, you can see 1 meter, this is after the drilling machine. Here the samples were, algal samples were found. Why? The question is that why the cryoconite pools are formed in this ice? So this is due to the activity of the bacteria these spores were found and the samples were also collected from this area. Here some of the beautiful lake of the Fisher Islands of the Antarctica. From this lake, the samples were also collected here by using the plankton net, collecting the samples. And you just see the difference here. There is only rocky area and water. There is no plant. In India, you can see the collection of the sample. What is the difference on both India and Antarctica for collection of the sample? And here collecting the samples by using the plankton net, and how the samples have been collected by using the plankton net, and how it can be retained in the sampling vials that I'm doing here. And after that, you can see the inside the algal or cyanoprokaryote sample inside the plankton net. In here, I told you that the both type of, you can see both type of phytoplankton net, with rope or with rod. Here the samples collecting from the Ganga water. You can see that after taking the sample, you just see the algal sample inside the phytoplankton net. And here you see this is a photograph of the algal blooms. And these blooms are formed due to the excess presence of nitrogen and phosphorus on the lake. So the phenomenon of eutrophication is that the phenomenon is called as eutrophication, and you see the water blooms. And this is the water blooms of Microcystis aeruginosa, which is a very toxic algae. Here the samples are collecting from the plant, stem of the plant. You can see from the lower, middle and upper surface. Here I am collecting from the upper surface, here from the lower surface. You can see this is the close-up view that how the algal patches are visible on the stem of the plant. And here you can see the demarcation on the lower portion, the green algae, that is chlorophyceae, or here the blue-green algae in the middle portion, that is the cyanophyceae and cyanobacteria in the single plant. And here the microalgal patches on the pupil, pupils, and on the skin. Here the samples were collected from the leaf-based spores on the trunk. Here the algal samples were also observed from the mangroves. And here the sample you can see in the old heritage building. You can see here the algae and cyanobacteria also grown on the building also. Here the samples are collected from the wall. And such type of things you are monitoring here, I will show you what it indicates, and this type of, this is yellowish, and it is represented the growth of tentifolia. If you find such type of things on the wall or on the on the bark of the tree, you can easily correlate that this is the sum of the species of the tentifolia. This is the photograph of the Larsen Mill Antarctica lab, from where the samples have been collected. These are the collected samples. And now coming to the culture. After collection, why the culture is required? Why the culture is required? What is the importance of culture? By doing the culture, you can predict the futuristic growth of the algae. Suppose you are going for this month for collection of September, you have got some species and you thought that I should also do the soil culture. If you collected soil, or if you collected bark, or if you collected water, you can do the culture of all the things, bark, soil, sand, everything. So in that way, we found that the 4 or 5 species which I have not collected in the when the algae grow on that, and that species I have found on the culture. So it is very much required, and by culture you can also study the complete life cycle, which is very much required for the identification. And for getting the pure species also. Suppose you are planning for the further molecular studies, then pure culture is very much required. Otherwise, you won't be able to interpret your data correctly. And these are the list of the media which is required for the particular group of the algae: green algae, chlorophyceae, cyanoprokaryotes, volvocaves, xenophyceae, desmids, cyanoprokaryotes, and cryptophyceae, green algae, diatoms, cyanoprokaryotes. Which media you want to use by doing the microscopic study, you will be able to know that what media we can use. Generally, the people are using, or the scientists are using the media that is BG11 or Chuten media or Bannex media for the growth of the algae and for culture. This is also a list for every group of the algae, the particular media is required. And here you can see the growth of the culture after doing the culture in the BG11 and gold basal media. In here you can see the soil culture. This is the control, and here you can see the full growth of the algae. Now, what is the procedure for doing the culture? That I have given here in the detail. And in the initial stage, when the inoculum should be quickly transferred in the sterilized condition, use the laminar flow flames, etc. And it should be kept up to 2000 to 3000 days. After that, in the particular time interval, you can see the color of media, color change of media. On that basis, you have to transfer the media and do culturing or subculturing. And after that, you can reduce the lux lights. Previously, you have 2000, 3000, then 3000 to 5000. After transfer, you can use a small inoculum to transfer. And in the liquid culture media, you have to use the 6000 more than the this one previously what we have explained to you. So in that condition, you can use that particular culture if you want to do the further molecular studies or any other applied work. Or otherwise, you can also preserve that culture, and whenever you want, you can use that culture. You can preserve in the liquid nitrogen or -20 also. Now coming to the identification of the cyanoprokaryotes and algae. For identification, clear photograph is required. Description of the texture of your algae. It is brittle, soft, fleshy. Does it break easily or not? Measure the size of the specimen. Photographs that show the scale also, and the GPS location of the collection spot, and description of the growth habit of the specimen, growing on the rock or in the sand or in the water column, etc. Whatever it is, whatever you have recorded already. Now for identification, you can use the light microscope, fluorescent microscope, inverted microscope, SEM microscope. For if you want some particular study, then you should go for the fluorescent. Otherwise, light microscope, compound microscope is must for study of the algae, and inverted microscope you can use for the study of the culture samples. And the scanning electron microscope you can study for the details of the diatoms and dinophycean members. So it will be good for this group. In the software, we are using the image analysis software and this Leica application suite software. These softwares are very much required. On that basis, when you are observing the sample under the microscope, you can take the measurement for each and every part of the sample. The software-based measurement is required, annotation and the detailed measurement that I will show you in the photograph also. This is the Leica DM2500 microscope, and here you can see This is the picture of the Anabina species. I think Anabina is unique. So that you can take here by viewing here in the monitor, you can take all the measurement, everything. This is the inverted microscope for studying. Suppose you want to see the petri dish, culture petri dish, you can keep it here and view the slide petri dish and sampling virus which is required for the algal study. Here you can see that this is the photograph of oscillatoria. This measurement scale is must if you are going for anything, presentation and everything. This scale is must, that from which scale you have taken the measurement. Here, if you have a monitor on the other, you have monitor of the sample on the 10x of the microscope, 20x, 50x, 60x, or the 100x oil immersion scale. So on that basis, the automatic software is there, so that you have to select the scale on which you are taking the photographs. So here you, at least minimum 3 readings are required to avoid the any error. So suppose you have taken a measurement like that, width you have taken 3 times, then you can take the mean and then you go for the identification for the less error. It is very good. And this is the Cyclotella meningana. Here you can also take the diatom and the stri also sometimes, because the number of the stri in the 10 or 20 you can also measure. Here also you can see the scale 20x. The number of the stri, this is the componema sample of the diatom. You can take the length and the width and how much is the stri, number of the stri on 20 mu or 10 mu. So that will be helpful, because for identification it is very much required that the number of the stri in the 10 mu or the 20 mu. And here you can see the filament, unbranched filament. Here also you have to take the width, length of each cell. That will be helpful for the measurement, because the dimension is also very important. Sometimes very minor difference in the dimension, you can say that it is a different species. This is the Pecos species. Here also I have shown each and every good one example. And this is the desmids, this is the Coccinia tetraplegia. So in that way, you have to take the measurement. One for if you want for the publication, you can keep one or only with the scale. And for this dimension, another you have to keep for the identification. That will be very important. Here, these are the important books on algae, which is required for the identification of the algae. I think I don't want to read it. You can also see. And these are the BSI publications, which is very much important, and even the database, LD database, it has been virulent and everywhere all over the world. These books have been referred by the eminent scientists. So because all the data is given here, that all the group of the LG, it has been published by the BSI, that if you want to see the distribution, you can immediately follow that book and you can see this LG has been reported in India or not, or on that basis you can say yes, if it is not reported here, you can, after publishing, you can also see the literature. And after that basis, you can say that this is the reported species first time. And how to write, how to identify, these are the key to the orders of the for the example, I have given one sheet here. For that, the unicellular forms on the self-forming colonial forms, it comes under the order Cococaes. The filamentous form, you can see that trichome fragmentation, it's coming under the 2. This is the right way to write the things also. So, and for identification, it is also very easier. Suppose this is the 2A, the filamentous forms without the specialized cell. This is also oscillatorials, because there is no heterocyst, no aconite. And here you can see on the 2B, the filamentous forms with specialized cell kinetics and differences. So in that way, you can follow the procedure for writing also. And here I have given the details of one species also. In the same way, the colonies plethorate is this the number 2. And here the colony enveloped by the diffuse, somewhat indistinct lines, Microcystis aeruginosa. Here you can see the colony rounded. Either you can see here, you can see the pseudofilamentosa, Microcystis pseudofilamentosa. This is colony long, narrow, with the series of the partial colonies. Here I can show you in the photograph also. This is the photograph of the Microcystis aeruginosa. This is the longitudinal colony of the pseudofilamentosa. You can see here. Here the Microcystis robusta, it's rounded colony. So it depends upon the shape. It depends upon the shape, measurement, how it will be identified. Now it's the diatoms. This number 1 is the separate view of the epitheca, and this number 1 is the epivalve, and number 2 is the mantle or epivalve, and number 3 of the epicingulum. This is the epicingulum and hypotheca. So in that way, hypotheca and hypovalve is there, and the identification is depends on the diatom on the first structure. These are the centric diatom. These are the pinnate diatoms. You can see the first two. This is the girdle view and this is the wall view. And if you are viewing under the microscope, you can also see that both the view you can see, because if you put a one drop of the water, it can change the view also on that way, because it is not a fixed slide. So in sometime you can see the both view in the one sample also. Here the details of the first structure and the pinnate diatoms. Here it is the A is the wall view. This is the girdle view. And as I told that in one slide, you can also see both the views. And this is the structure, how we can find out it's a counting of the stri, and it's a counting of the pustule is also very much required, and it's they play a very important role in the identification of the diatom also. And here you can say the different shape of the diatom. Here you can see the stri, this is the parallelly arranged, and here you can say the radiate stri. In that way, the different arrangement of the diatom wall making is here. It has been shown. Now coming to the dinoflagellates, as you can guess from the name, dino means flagellate, two flagella. Two types of the flagella are present. What is the status or position of the flagella? You can see here. A is the ventral view and the B is the dorsal view of the dinoflagellates. And here you can, what is the identification and the characteristic point here? You can say that the pattern of the numbered thecal plate, here you can see the number, and it will be very good if you can view these things under the electron microscope. It will be very clearly viewed there. And here you can see the mature cell and the cyst formation. So these things are very important characteristics for the identification of the dinoflagellates, and very less experts are available in India for the dinoflagellates, because all the species are marine and very less work has been done in India. Recently, my book has came on the dinoflagellates. This is the general shape. Here you can say the unicellular non-motile forms. The flagella there is the chlorella, and the non-motile forms is the synedesmus. And here Pandorina, you can see the different structure on the basis of the structure. This is the branch or unbranched branch is platypora. The unbranched whole plast is present. Then it will be the ulothex, and sometimes the shape of the chloroplast, like in the spirogyra, the ribbon-shaped chloroplast, so it will be spirogyra. So there are different group, different characteristics features. Here you can see in the Cyanophyceae, the all the species of the Oscillatoria. Then the how you will identify on the basis of the measurement you can identify, and you on the basis of the shape of the tip. Here you can say it's rounded, it is very narrow, and it is curved like on the right side. You can see all the tips are different. So on that basis, you can also identify and note out the measurement is a very important thing which is required for the identification. And here some of the algae which are collected from the on the bark of the tree. This is also collected from the bark. And here you can see this is the pure culture of India. You can see. This is also collected from the bark of the tree, and you can see here some of the photographs of scanning electron microscope, and it's very less magnification. When you increase the magnification, you will get the more clear diatoms. This is the Cimbella timida, and this is the Pinuleria borealis. It is on the 4500 magnification, and this is the different hue of the same. This is the antioxidant. You can see the stripe. If you have to count on the 10 how much number of the stripe, what is the shape, and what is the position of the theca, as I already told you. And this is the centric diatom under SEM. And here you can see the dinoflagellates, as I told you earlier. You can see very good picture under the from my SEM. Here some of the cyanobacterial algae, the Formidium, Nostocalyptosporium, all these algae are very important role, and also have a medicinal value and reported as a for the treatment of the AIDS also. And these are the some of the species of the microcystis. This is microcystis western cacti. It's having a pollution in algae also play a very important role as a pollution indicator, and as well as on the self purification also. Some of the species of the algae, if you report these are the clean water and they absorb the nutrient present on the water body on the as a nutrient and clean the water, just like for example the Phosphadia. And here the Oscillatoria chalaria is the pollution indicator, and the pet clogging algae. Oscillatoria geminata is the pollution indicator, toxic algae, Oscillatoria limosa also. And it's have a lipid content, more lipid content, and pollution indicator. What are the algae which are having the lipid content more? It can be used for the biofuel, also production of the biofuel. These are the some of the algae recorded from the Antarctica. Here you can see how clear this species of Formidium. And there some of the species of the desmids and the diatoms you can see. Here the dinoflagellates. This is the Serratium humidinella, and this is Peridinium fusilum, and this is Dimodinium panarediform. And these are the species. As I told you, I have shown you the yellow color present on the bark, so that this species mostly in that condition, the Tentifolia species you can find out if you observe under the microscope. These are the species also epiphytic algae, and these species recorded from the, as I have shown you, one heritage building and these species have been collected and identified. So in that way, the algae is a very important, and it's the use in everything. And because it have so many properties, they have a protein, carbohydrate, lipid, and it is used as a supplement to the species of the spirulina patent is having a 20 amino acid, which is very important for the human body. All the 20 amino acid that never find in any other algae or any other higher plant in single species. As algae is also used as an antibiotic, as a medicine, vitamins, and treatment supplement also for health also, and used as a biofertilizer, land reclamation, farming, and it is very important for the livelihood also. Metal removal activity is also reported, and it is also, as I told you, it is very important. It's causing the phenomena of self-purification, cleaning of the water, or clean water you can say. And but in spite of that, some of the species causing the taste and odor, and also they indicate that most of the species are the indicator, pollution indicator also. And it's a filter that bed causing, and incense species also, the species of the microcystis aeruginosa is very toxic, and having 35 toxins, and 3 toxins are very common, microcystis LR, ER, and YR, which are very toxic and sometimes cause the liver cirrhosis also. And in that way, algae, most of the things are very less species are toxic, and most of the algae is very important, useful in multiple way also, and in carbon mitigation also, and for our environment also. And so the coming years will be the very good for human beings also, and because the use of the algae is increasing day by day. And in the last, I would like to say that there are so many applied field algae has been used, but the correct identification, taxonomic identification is very much important for doing any work, because if your base will be okay, then everything will be okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for wonderful presentation and providing us a detailed overview of algae. So it's a request to the participant, kindly ask the question. You can only put the question only right now. Ma'am, and kindly share your email with us, so that if any question regarding the said topic, they will ask you.
Okay.
Any question?
Online candidates, please. If any online candidates, they want to ask any questions.
Any questions from online candidates?
Any question from online participant, you may ask now. I think there is no question, madam. So now we have lunch break. We will.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you.
And sharing your time with us. Now we will. We have lunch break. We will resume our session after 30 minutes. Exactly 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. I think everyone is present here right now. Singh sir, are you present here? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, okay. Sir, now I will start our program. Good afternoon, all. Now we will start our second session of today's program. I would like to invite Dr. S.K. Singh, Scientist E. He's currently working as the head of office BSI NRC Dehradun. He is a renowned expert in the field of virophytes in national and international level. He has published books on virophytes of Great Himalayan National Park, Flora of India, in addition to many others. He was also instrumental in bringing out a book on Orchid of India. It is really a moment of pleasure to have you with us, sir. He will share with us on diversity and distribution of virophytes in India. Sir, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Is it my screen is shared?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Respected to Sri Mongyar, Director, Arunachal Pradesh State Council for Science and Technology, Itanagar, and respected Director, Botanical Survey of India, my esteemed scientist colleague and students. First of all, I like to congratulate the organizing team, especially that Science and Technology, and our counterpart, this BSI Itanagar, especially Dr. Rawat. As Madam, thank you very much for introducing me about that my work. Little bit what I have learned during the course of time I am going to share. So, students, please, this slide is for me, and only you listen very carefully because what is being shown, and this is for me only, and what I am going to tell you, it is for you. See, bryophyte is a very, very interesting group of plant as far as its diversity is concerned. They are next to the angiosperm among the green plant. And bryophyte originated from the Greek word origin bryon, means tree mass or liverwort. You might be seeing in that slide that one side Rixia, in middle that Anthoceras, another side Pogonatum. These are the three phylum in the bryophyte. Now, before going to tell about much about bryophyte, I am just telling the importance and significance of this group of plant. See, in general, cryptogamic significance or importance is very little known. Not only the significance and importance, but taxonomy is also very difficult. You can count it on fingertips that their uses, if you consider about that mushroom, you will find that bill mushroom, some species, and you will find some medicinal property. Likewise, algae, if you find there are limited number of species of useful things. And lichen also in same way, bryophyte are not even you can say that of much significance of economic point of view. Though in books and literature it is mentioned that they are having the medicinal significance and being utilized in European countries according to doctrine of signature, that liverworts being used since ancient time, especially Markensia polymorpha being the shape of heart-shaped, liver-shaped bryophyte, it is being for liver disorder. There are many species. You can see that they are being used in different packaging, electricity production, and indicator species, environmental monitoring, nutrient cycling. They are good indicator of pollution, and now they are emerging in current days as a model plant to conduct basic researches, because they are very miniature in size and they are easy to handle with the experimentation. So these are some facts I have told you. You see, they are the important group of plants which are generally known as Lilliputian of plant kingdom because of their miniature size and because of their water holding capacity, which is 400% more than other group plant. They make habitable. You see in the next slide, you see one figure you might have seen here. These are the masses, and you see the pteridophyte. If you just plant succession, from then you will find that they are the first land plant after algae and after that pteridophyte. Because of their dependency on water for their fertilization, they are known as land dweller or amphibians of plant kingdom. See the life cycle of it. They are mainly their life cycle is mainly the gametophyte. Sporophyte is for very short period, and sporophyte phase dependent on the availability of water. You see here the sporo-archegonial head and archegonial, this mature sporophyte and spore production organ. From here, this is n number, and if you go that their development, it takes place. One example of Markensia male gametophyte and female gametophyte is there. From where they take the raindrops or water and sperm float, and after that they fertilize and form a egg which develop into the embryo and thereafter the mature sporophyte, which is 2n in number. That's why this is interesting part, evolutionary point of view, they are very, very important. Now come to the this diversity in India. Actually, biologically, we can divide our country in 8 parts. This Western Himalaya, where the Himachal Pradesh, Jammu, Kashmir, and Uttaranchal is included, and the Punjab and West Rajasthan. If you see that the arid zone, the western part of Punjab and western part of Rajasthan also there, and in Gangetic Plain, Uttar Pradesh, this Gangetic belt total is included in Gangetic Plain. And then Eastern Himalaya, generally be understood that Eastern Himalaya is Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh, but from biological point of view, they are all these states that Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura, Assam, they all are included here in Eastern Himalaya. Then Central India include that the parts of Odisha, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, and the Western Ghat, that is Kerala and this part of Tamil Nadu, and also the Eastern Ghat and Deccan Peninsula, this peninsular India, and especially Andhra Pradesh and part of Odisha, and another one Andaman Nicobar Island. These are the 8 dry geographical regions present in the country. I will be focused much more on the leverworts because masses I have not worked much, so I will give you the much emphasis on leverwort and hornwort. Basically, these 3 phyla, the leverwort, hornwort, and masses, are now termed as earlier Hepaticopsida, Bryopsida, and Anthoceratopsida. Now they are Markensiophyta, Bryophyta, and Anthoceratophyta. So these are 3 main phylum which are existed in this bryophyte group, and how they can be differentiated from each other. Leverwort are generally we consider thallose leverwort, Brixia, Markensia, like that, but it is not like that. That 85% leverworts are of leafy leverwort, similar to masses, but they are different in having bilateral symmetry, arrangement of the leaf or phyllids, and the absence of midrib, and the calyptra and other things. They are quite different from the thallose leverwort. The masses, you must be knowing that masses are very large group of bryophyte, having not less than 1800 species in India. They are characterized by this presence of calyptra, this radial symmetry of leaves, that midvein, and other things which I am not going in much detail. But the most important thing in leafy leverwort and that masses, if you see, even if you find a thread of plant, you can easily identify that presence of septate rhizoid found in masses, but rhizoid are aseptate in leafy leverwort. So even if you find a rhizoid, one part of rhizoid, you can identify leverwort with masses. Sometimes it is very difficult to identify. Some species are very overlapping. And the Anthoceras is identified, Anthoceratales or Anthoceratophyta is being identified by that horn-shaped sporophyte with unlimited growth. They are synthetic taxon made up of this some component of algae found in these chambers formed nostoc colonies. And also they are having very peculiar sporoderm and that elatoderm pattern. Now come to the diversity and distribution of leverwort and hornwort in India. The Eastern Himalaya, as I told, including Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, Sikkim. It is the dominant part of the country where more than 685 species are found, out of which 111 species are endemic to the country. Following that, this Western Ghat, which is represented by 385 species and 78 endemic, and also followed the Western Himalaya followed third in position, that with 306 species and 53 endemic species. This Punjab and West Rajasthan is poorly represented by only 50 species, and the Gangetic Plains by 42 species, of which 8 species are endemic to Punjab and West Rajasthan, and 2 species to the Gangetic plain. The central India, especially the Pachmadi part in central India and the Amarkantak, has maximum diversity with more than 80 species altogether. Central India with 96 species, having 14 species endemic to that region. The Andaman Nicobar Island is the landlocked, oceanic environment and is fully surrounded by the ocean. There is flora, bioflora is very peculiar, though number of species is less, 110 species are known, but the many species like the Kalura, genus Kalura is reported from the Andaman region only in initial stage in 1970-72. So this region having very, very critical and important species. Now come to the distribution of order and family and genre wise. You will see that porelales have maximum diversity with 370 species, and afterward Jungermanials with 358 species and 67 genera, 26 families belonging to 56 families. And in Anthoceratophyta, the Anthoceratoles that include 2 genera represented by 21 species, and this afterward, if you see the dominant and prolific family, you will find the Luginiaceae is the main dominating family with more than 233 species, followed by this Plagiocheilaceae or genus Plagiocheila, then Frulaniaceae. These are the dominant families. You see the this dendrogram, and this Atoniaceae is the least distributed family, and the center of origin is Western Himalaya. Though in Eastern Himalaya we have the representation, but it prefer to xeric condition. That's why it is very, very few in the Eastern Himalaya and prevalent in Western Himalaya. Thereafter, if you see the dominant and prolific genera, as I told you, in family dominant families, the Plagiocheila, Frulania, Pololuginia, Solenostoma, and Luginia are the main dominant genera among the leafy liverwort, and Rixia in the thallose liverwort. So these are the some common dominant genera. Now come to the, I will not go in much detail in diversity distribution and all those things, because I know very little thing you will carry to your home. I want to that you should carry how to collect, how to identify what are the literature, what are the herbaria, who were the pioneer worker. Those things that will going to help you. So I will take one by one. See, not much thing is required for your field collection, only a small knife, some small poly bags, some alcohol, 70% alcohol for preserving sporophyte, because the sporophyte very delicate in nature. As you just dig it up or scrape from the bark of tree, you will find that sporophyte get brushed. So you need to preserve in these specimen tubes, and one field lens and one field diary, and a small scale for putting that photograph. These are some basic things which require for that collections. These are the field data you have to be taken into consideration. Though local name is usually not much prevalent, only very few people used to say that Kai. Kai generally refer to that algae and other group of plant also. So there is no vernacular or local name. So if you are able to know that especially genus, then it's all right. And any ecological things like whether it is epiphytic, terrestrial, carticulus, or lithophytic, are like that. And if you can see the distribution and abundance depend on your observation, you can write it. These are the field book which need to be taken care. Major habitat. In majority, this liverwort and mosses are epiphytic in nature. Though we have aquatic species like Rixia fluitans, Rixia abuensis, Rixiocarpus natans, and also there is Riella biswanathai, which is benthic in nature, of course. And this terrestrial, mostly the thyloid form, especially this Markensia, Rixia, and this Plagiochasma, and there are many thylose liverwort, more than 90 thylose liverwort. Majority of thylose liverwort found in that terrestrial condition, except few Ricardia and Medgeria. And then come to the epiphytic condition, you will find majority of liverwort like Fulania, Plagiochila, Redula, and other group of plant, which I think it is not worth to give a very long list. And in Epiphilus liverwort, majority of species of Legionnaceae and Redula, and very few species of Fulania and Medgeria is recorded as Epiphilus. Epiphilus species generally found in rainforest area. If you go in Mizoram, if you go in Tripura, especially high hill areas, Tripura, and Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland, even in Upper Assam, you will find in rainforest area the Epiphilus one. Generally, they grow Epiphilus because of that paucity of sun rays. You must be knowing that bryophytes are autotrophic in nature, and to cook their food, they come to the surface of leaf so that they can get the sun rays and cook their food. So because of that, Epiphilus condition is prevalent in this where the area is dark and rain is much more. These are some common habitat ranging from alpine region to the tropical region, and from epiphytic to terrestrial one. These are some forest areas photography. Left hand side, you might have seen this Epiphilus, then terrestrial, then epiphytic. These are the some major habitat which is prevalent in Eastern Himalayan region. How to collect and how to work? See, these are three pictures. I have the knife in my hand, and how to scrape it. If you put from vertically, then your specimen will fall, and then you have to take it reverse side so that you can get hold of the specimen. And you know, photography is very difficult, particularly because they are very smaller in size. Sometimes they are 0.2 mm or even lesser than that. So you need to have a good camera which have macro lens so that you can take good photograph in the field, have it. And also you can have a nowadays people are using mobile, so most of the people can use their mobiles using some adapter, and you can take the nice picture. After coming from the field, we used to segregate the right specimen, and we used to press in this manner so that the water can be absorbed and evaporate, because if water is there in the packets, that your specimen will get spoiled and it will be get of no use. So you need to have proper blotting sheet so that, and even it would be good if for 1-2 hours if you put that in sunlight, and after that you set for few days and check after the interval of 4-5 days what to look after the condition how they are. So this is the primary packaging of that specimen. So the specimen once pressed, you have to be prepared a 4x6 this size of envelope. These are the folding, how you can fold it, and you can put it permanently. And at initial stage, if you don't know the name, you leave it, but you can put other data. After that, for studying in laboratory, there are few very normal procedure are there. Sorting of the specimen you can find out, and preparing of the specimen, and this for slide you need to put in lukewarm water for at least 5 to 6 hours. Even sometimes thylose farms take much time, even 1 day to fully stretch. So you need to have that thing. Sometimes you require that while boiling this kettle, and you can put in petri plate, and after once it is get stressed, you can make dissection of that. Two kind of slide you can prepare for your study. One is temporary slide you can prepare using 30% glycerin, and one for 1-2 days or even for 1 week, the temporary file will not be distorted, and you can easily complete your study in temporary slide. But if you want to make permanent slide, then you have to use wire solution. These are the composition of wire solution, and you have to make permanent. That procedure is very lengthy, so I do not prefer to that. It is for the college student, those who for their showing purpose, that for some time examination this permanent slide is required, otherwise that doesn't have much use. These are this is your hand. One left side is binocular stereo zoom microscope for studying. Without that you cannot study in the field. Sometimes people ask, "Arey, just showing that seat, arey, you just identify." This is impossible to identify for anyone in this world by naked eye, except few thylose form like Lunularia cruciata, Markensia polymarba, or sometimes some other group of thylose liverwort. But for leafy liverwort and mosses, without dissection and all those things, nobody can identify, and it requires time. For working out one species, 2 days to even 7 days required for making slide to camera lucida. This is right hand side. You are seeing this trinocular microscope having that camera lucida attachment, and you have to be very focused while doing that camera lucida, because once it is displayed little bit, your paper are displaced or your specimen is displaced, you have to again redo everything. So this is the basic thing what you require for your study. If you don't have that opportunity to use such microscope, you can use that Indian made microscope costing not more than 1 lakh rupees. But without microscope in graphite, nobody can do anything. After this study and making camera lucida illustration, we used to trace that plant, that illustration, reducing that our desired side of, if you are going to publish in journal, if you are going to publish a book, you need to fit in that particular format and size. These are the illustration, line drawing illustration, which is made after this camera lucida illustration. This is traced part using that rotary pen of 0.1 or 0.01 or 0.02. This is the species which is being described. This is very interesting species, right hand side, Monoselenium tenerum, which was discovered from Upper Assam, Sadhya Hills by William Griffith. And this is unique in the sense they are having that green chloroplast in the sporophytic structure, which is generally not observed in other group of plant, and also tetrahedral and tetragonal spore tetrads. And this is one illustration of leafy liverwort. This is Lopholusenia sikimensis variety Tenuic astata. This is a plant, monoicous plant. And here on left corner, you must be seeing this perianth. Here also number 13, it is dissected part of perianth and this bract lobe and lobule. Bract lobe and lobule and perianth are the modification of that leaves or phyllids. This is to protect the sporophyte character, but for taxonomical point of view, they are very useful in identification. So this is cross section of perianth. Now go to next slide. In 17th, 18th century, there was in practice, the artist, usually bryologists, prefer to draw this color painting and illustration using the artist or by themselves. These are the some old color drawings which is being reproduced from this Griffith monograph. And after that, this is colored photo plate now using this camera, this digital camera associated with microscope. So nowadays there is no much need of that line drawing illustration because it is very time taking task, and from by this way you can do at least 1 or 2 species in single day, and that characters are very realistic and nobody can deny it, the what you have shown. So this is the one species Bajania. You see the ventral branching that is prevalent in that group, and these are sporophyte, and these are the underleaf. Underleaf is third row of leaves present on ventral side, and this is one that vermiculate, that is spores found in that genus. Now come to the important literature what you have to look into. These are some floristic study. Though the liverwort of Western Himalaya and Punjab plain is now, due to nomenclatural changes of not very, you can say nomenclature was not very accurate, but still their drawings and their description is still for students it is very useful. And you know the Professor Suram Kashyap, who has the pioneer work in the field and in Western Himalayan region, and it is still being used by the college students. And after this is my book that you have seen, that Great Himalayan National Park, that same region where Kashyap worked, but I have worked in one national park, and from there itself I reported 4 new species, 13 new record for India and 19 new record for Western Himalaya from one national park of Western Himalaya. So there is need of a focused study on any region, because being a miniature group of plant, it is very difficult to identify and to explore each and every place and every species. So there is possibility in the cryptogams, especially in bryophyte, to get novelties. And also you see the species Hepaticum published in Latin by Stefani, which deals with more than 10,000 species, including more than 500 species from India. This bryophyte of Bayanad, Bryophylla of Gujarat, Hepatici and Hepatici of Khasi and Gentia, Epiphyllus liverwort of Western Himalaya. These books are very much useful, especially Epiphyllus liverwort of Western Himalaya, because it deals with that Sikkim and Darjeeling and Arunachal Pradesh part. So you can use that. There are more than 80 species are described there. You can find the leafy liverwort and Epiphyllus liverwort in that. So these are some floristic work, and monograph is also being published by many people. So you see the Rixiaceae by K.P. Srivastava, and I have also published for West Bengal. This Phasambronia in India, Medgeriaceae and Enureaceae, Leptogini, Cytodium, Lopoleucinia, Notothalasia of India and Nepal, Indian Geopelcaceae, Pololeucinia. These are some monographic studies. Though these work were done quite quite early, there is almost species are double, but even though they are very useful for identification purposes. I can give you the example of Pololeucinia. Pololeucinia, when that monograph was done, this was dealing with 32 species. Now more than 60 species are known from the India. So, but even though, at least you may be comfortable for 32 species at one place. And this is the only checklist for liverwort and heartwort in India, which deals in great detail with updated nomenclature, distribution, and all those things published by us in 2016. These are the some work you can refer her. And there are, for study, these are the miniature group of plant you might be knowing, and when you work, you need to have compare the specimen. In India, Lucknow University and the Botanical Survey of India and NBRI, 3 places, and some regional, some small regional colleges have small collection, but major herbaria of the world where the maximum type species are there. This is the herbarium of Conservatory of Jardin Botanics, that is Geneva, where the Stephanie, all these specimens, more than 10,000 type specimens are preserved. That Nichinan Herbarium of Hattori Botanical Lab, they have the good collection of Western Himalaya from that, including the Sikkim, Bhutan, Arunachal Pradesh, and that China. They are also having from Japan, from the African countries. It is good. If you 2-3 herbarium, this above mentioned 4 herbarium, if you study, your 60% type study may be completed. And that Harlow herbarium and herbarium of Edinburgh and this St. Petersburg Russian, though that specimen of alpine part, even Arctic regions are there, you can study if you find that Himalayan species, because they have much similarity with that region. See, I am not going to detail with that classification. Already I told this Markensiophyta and the Ceratophyta, Bryophyta, 3 groups are there. Now come to the historical perspective. If we see who has done the earlier work, I can say the first mention you can find in Lehmann and Lindenberg work, who has published some 1 or 2 species from India and Nepal. Thereafter, in 1839, the Royal published the illustration of botany and other branches of natural history of Himalayan plant. He mentioned a paragraph mentioning few species of mosses. Thereafter, in 1842, the Montaigne published the Hepaticaceae of Nilgiri and mosses of Nilgiri also. Then afterward, Griffith, and the first exhaustive list appeared in for that India Orientalis. Earlier, we were considered with Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, and this all those India Orientalis. So altogether 290 species. That was the first exhaustive list for our country or for India Orientalis. Stephani, though he has not collected anything from India, but that time the Britishers and others provided him as a gift specimen, and he identified 525 species from India, and most of the species are new to the science. Then pioneer work from Indian side, this Professor Sivaram Kashyap, who have described 161 species, of which 53 species new from Western Himalaya. Thereafter, many people, time to time, done, Kachru, Hattori, Chopra, and all those people have worked out. And Parihar, the last checklist was done by the Parihar, Professor N.S. Parihar from Allahabad University. He has summarized all those work. He is the William Mitten, who first pioneer work, who have the contributed for Indian subcontinent or Indian Orientalis, India Orientalis, and he has collected more than 50,000 specimens of bryophyte from all over the world, and his most of the collection are available in New York Botanic Garden. After that, I told Frange Stefani, who has described more than 10,000 species, including 4,000 new species. 4,000 new species, you can imagine the quantum of the work what he did. He was not basically a bryologist, he was a shopkeeper, and part-time he used to do the work, and because of his passion he has done a lot of work, because that time it was in initial phase, that the taxonomy of liverwort and hornwort, and his work is published in 6 volumes, that is Stefani's Species Hepaticum, dealing with 10,000 species. And in India, this Professor Surab Kashyap, who is aptly known as father of Indian biology, I already told about his work. I am not going in detail. These are some habit of that leafy liverwort. You see, this is very prostrate and epiphytic liverwort described from the Indian Botanic Garden, Havra, and described by me. And this is Isotechis indica. This is endemic species for Khasi Hill, and this is Pilia endivifolia, and this is Markensia papillata subspecies Grasibarba. You see, this species especially, generally people consider that this part is just like a umbrella-like thing. On second picture of or bottom second picture, that is sporophyte, but this is not sporophyte, this is gametophyte. And you see the black structure, this is small sporophyte blackish structure. This is because why I am telling, most of the professor and students usually told me this is sporophyte is like that when they ask for identification. This is the Dixia billarderi. This is the simplest. Some people consider it is most simplest form because of least number of taxonomic character, and some people understand consider is most advanced form. So this is Dixia. Now come to the leafy liverwort identification feature. What are there? If you see the plant of leafy liverwort, there are 3 things. One is that stem, leaf, and the sporophyte. So come to the stem. These are the stem TS, transfer or cross section of TS. This is the cross section of Ricardia. This is the cross section of 9 number. This is Medgeria, and above this is Plagiochila. This is 3rd number is of Jungermania, and the 5 number is of Leuginia. These are different kind of stem anatomy based on which you can identify up to general level or sometimes up to species level also. So you have to see the number of cortical cell, whether they are having thickening or they are without thickening. See the Plagiochila 4th number, the cortical cell are highly thickened. But here, if you see this, all cells alike. Similarly, if you see the 7 number of this is Legionnaceae, the corticals are much elongated and much larger than the medullary cells. Come to the measurement, what to measure. You see the figures. From where? From origin point to the terminal point. You have to take the picture and vertically and horizontally also, far end to far end. You have to take the measurement of leaves, and you see the in case of see 15 number, these are the underleaf, these 13, 14, 15, 16 underleaf, how to take from where they have attached to the stem and up to the apex of the these underleaves. Then you will find the correct measurement. And from base from the right the extreme end to left extreme end, then you will find that width. Similarly, if you have to measure that cell also, you have to measure diagonally and the far end. Cells are of having different kinds. Some cells are having triradiate trigones, some are nodulose, some are bulging type. See, this is triradiate. These are atrigonous. These are triradiate. These are subnodulose. This 25 is nodulose, and this is also a nodulose, but a special term I forget. Bulging type. Sorry. Afterward, you see the leaf insertion and orientation. There are two types of insertion. Basically, one is succubus, one is incubus. When you see the figure 1 to 4, the lower leaf upper portion is covered by the lower portion of the upper leaf, that is succubus condition. But if you see the fifth structure, the lower leaf covering the basal portion of the upper leaf. This fifth number, if you see the carefully and compare with one number, you will find it that how they are inserted, incubus and succubus. And there are also orientation. Some species are horizontally spreaded. You see these species like this 9 number, and some species are semi-transversely inserted, this 12 number. Some species are also deflexed, reflexed. Some are having that also semi-orbicular or suborbicular, the attachment like 17 number. You see the antically second 16 number, if you see, these are the bent one side ventrally, that's why it is called antically second. And you see the 17 number, postically it is bent another side, that's why it is called postically, means ventral side it is second, turn to the back side. These are some shapes. Some are, you see, over. Some are the sub-spherical spheroid. Some are spherical. Some are sub-ovate, ovate, reniform. Some are this lanceolate. Some are oblanceolate, and some are ovate to lanceolate. And you see the some species like you see this which are bifurcation, which are having that species of Jaicala, sorry, for the genus. These are the bifurcate. Herbatus, yeah, I recall. Herbatus and other genera have bilobed leaves, and there are Purgia and some other genera having 3-4 leaves or even more, like Blepharoistoma and some other Trichopolia. These species are having much deep lobation, and also some are species are having very simple simple thing, or you can say simple leaf. Some are complicated leaf having leaf lobule. See the number of 35 to 30, 35 to 39. There are different leaf having complicated leaf, having leaf lobe and the smaller part leaf lobule. In genus Scapania, it is little bit reverse. The lobe are smaller, that lobule are larger. And this is the underleaf structure. If you see the 22 to 25, these are the leaf bilobe, unlobe to truncate to cellulary bilobe to deeply bilobe leaves. These are some branching type. Mostly thallose liverwort are having dichotomous branching. If you see, consider the Dumarthera hirsuta or some other species of like Lunularia or even this Plesiocasma, they are having these dichotomous branches. And some species like Medgeria and other, this figure number 2, if you consider this is part of Medgeria, have arcade leaves. And also this ventral branching and arcade branching. And see the third one, this is lateral terminal branch, Frulania type terminal branch. You see, this is a plant of Leopolia. And 4, 5, you see it is prevalent in Germania and Scapania. These are intercalary branch coming from ventral side or from the axil of leaf or under leaves. It is coming out. And these are 6, 7 intra-axillary branches, that is Redula type and Lysunia type, where the collar, you see the 7 number below one underleaf, from where branch is appeared, one underleaf disappear and form the collar. That is found this Redula and Lysunia type of branches. I have told you about leaf insertion. These are the type of apex, leaf margin and cell profile. See, you may find triangular to epiculate to acuminate, obtuse, rounded, truncate, and bilobed structure. Different structure ranging from 1 to 19 are found in different families and different genera and different species. Apex portion. And also, if you see the margin of leaf, they are ranging from entire to silently undulate and tooth, then dentate, and also goes on last on the crispate and this lamellate. These are the different margin structure. And see, leaf, how this cell forms. Some leaves are that mostly cell are this parenchymatous or polenchymatous, and if you see here, there is no intermediate thickening or this this intercellular spaces are there. You see here thickening are much. Here you will find this is much more thickening. This is elongated cell line thickening. These are tuberculated thickening. These are also tuberculated thickening and spinate thickening. These are different sculpturing of cells found, cuticle of cells found in different group of plant in leafy liverwort. One important structure which you can study in living organism, living plant, especially leafy liverwort. You see, you can determine even species also. You see, these are only found in living plant. Once they appear in touch with human being or with any chemical, or they get heat, they disappear, they broken up. After once you collected specimen from field, it is very difficult. That's why you need to preserve it immediately when you collect, and as early as possible. In 1 or 2 days, you have to take photograph or you have to study in your laboratory. If you are near to laboratory, immediately you can study this. You see, this is spherical shape. This is oval, spherical oval to sickle shape. This is sickle shape. This is rounded, almost rounded fully. Lumen is filled with this cell, and this is segmented. This is found in Chiloleugenia subgenus. This is in Sprucianthus and Leugeniaceae. This kind of smooth this air body is found. Then come to the asexual reproduction. Most of the liverwort, especially the thallose one, their vegetative reproduction is very much common, and you must have seen that Markensia. You only might be knowing the gamma cup. The gamma cup have different kind of this gemma. This is called gemma, and these are all are gemma. These all are gemma. These are the you see, this is branch. This is linear. How they are? These are discoid. These are bi-cell, one single cell. These are star cell. This is also different kind of. These are the gemma and gemmi, which are found, and they are produced asexually by means of asexual reproduction. They are very common in liverwort. Now come to the another part. This is sexual reproduction. Sexual reproduction. There are three, dioecious and monoecious. Dioecious are the species which are, you must be knowing that sex organs, male and female organ, are totally on different plant. One plant bear male plant, another plant bear female plant. But there are three conditions in monoicous condition. You see the figure 3 to 5. From this, here you have seen dioecious 1 to figure 3, 4, 5. They are atoicous. You see, in same plant, male and female plant is there, but on different branches. They are called atoicous, means independent branches, but on same plant. 6 number, you see, it is also a condition of monoicous condition, but called pyroicous, because the plant are on these sex organs on same plant, same branch, but in different axial, in different side. And 7th one, you see, the male and female plant is same axial. So there are three conditions basically in monoicous condition. These are atoicous, pyroicous, or synoecious. So these are very important for identification purpose. Sexuality is very important. After that, come to the perianth. Perianth, as I already told, I am not taking much time. I think. Should I continue more, because I am still having 15-20 slides. How much time I may have further? Dr. Rawat? Hello?
Sir, 15-20 minutes, sir.
Okay, okay. These are the perianth character. You see, this is the perianth of bell-shaped, inverted bell-shaped perianth of Plagiochyla. This is perianth of Leuginia, and this is perianth of Leptoleuginia. This is perianth of Sprucianthus, then perianth of Frulania erucoides. You see the below name is there, how their cross section is there. This is very important character in leafy liverwort for identification. You see the photograph of that, some species. This is Lopoleuginia sequences. This is Leptoleuginia latifolia, Sprucianthus semirepandus. This Jugula pensylvania. These characters are very important for identification purpose. Now come to the sporophyte. You see the sporophyte. These are having three major things. One is food, seta, capsule. Food though not having much importance in taxonomy, but capsule, capsule wall, and seta are very important. Capsule are basically 2-3 types in leafy liverwort. One is spherical, one is that oblong, ovoid, and seta is of having different anatomy. Some are 4 to 8. Or in next slide you will see the seta anatomy. You see the seta, how they are different. See the 7 number of it is of Leuginiaceae, 7, 8, even 9 number of different genera of Leuginiaceae. This is first one, that Haplometrium chylobryles member, and that this third number is, this one is of Frulania type, and also you see 7 number this is trocholucinia type. So these are the some different kind of CETA. This portion below the capsule, if you see the cross section, you will see all those structures. So these are very important in identification. Now come to the capsule wall. As I told that CETA have no much significance in taxonomy or identification. The capsule wall are of different types. Some are having sheet-like thickening. You see the left-hand side corner side picture. Here some semi-spiral thickening in Fujiformis, and some seed-like and some nodular thickenings, and here also some sheet-like thickening and semi-annular thickening in Redula campylonata, and this also here you see the spruce semi-rependus. And both are sprucianthus semi-rependus. This photograph and this illustration, how they look like. These are the diagnostic feature. Capsule wall vary from even from family to family. These are spore and elater. There are three types of spores. Spores are apolar. Apolar spores having no triradiate mark, especially found in members of Legionnaceae and other leafy liverwort, this Legionnaceae, Furlaniaceae, Plagiochalaceae. Hardly there is any triradiation mark, because see the spores generally used to fix in spore tetrad, because you know spore mother cells is split in 4. That's why the spores liberate, and spores attachment. The three-dimensional structure, if you see that, you will find triradiate Mercedes Benz, that symbol you can see in the spores. Then it is, there is no triradiate mark, are called apolar, and these are some cryptopolar, like members of Phasambronia and some other plant also, where the partially developed even some members of even the Rixia, like Rixia billarderi, even it is apolar, but sometimes there is tendency in related species they develop cryptopolar, and there is polar spores. Polar spores, those spores which are having this triradiate mark. I will show you in the sporoderm pattern later. And the elaters, if you see, in spores, there are 2-3 main things are there. These wings are unwinged. That pattern of their sporoderm pattern, they may be double sculpture, they may be single sculpture, different kind of spores. And in elaters, you may see this 7 number. You see their chloroplast are there. Some rosette-like thickenings are there. These are found in the members of Legionnaceae. Or here monospiral thickening on left side, you can see that they are diagnostic feature of that particularly this Furlania and some members of Legionnaceae. And on left hand side, the long one, you see that this elaters is bispiral thickening or trispiral thickening in nearby number 8 and 12. You can see the annular thickening also. There are different pattern of thickenings. Even sometimes spore you find that germinated in the in perianth also. These are some characteristic feature spores and elaters exhibit. On the basis of that, like that 11 number, only this is found in monoselenium terenum. This is fully this is spheroid or spherical this spiral thickening band, only found in monoselenium terenum. Now the otherwise you see, as I told, this is Sperocarpales, and only one, there is Sperocarpal reala, this Besonathai, found in Varanasi, one lake. Now I don't think that is appear, but it is found in that place. And this Kylobrials, it is found in Western Himalaya as well as in Sikkim Himalaya. You see, they are more close to the mosses. You see here some kind of radial symmetry is apparently seen. And you see the stem anatomy also you can find it is much closer to the mosses. So you can say they are they have originated from the mosses. These are the some Jungermanials. You see the left one is the plagiochila. You see the this is Locopolia, and the right one is Leujunia, and the corner below corner is Jungermania. Now it became Solenostoma, and the middle one, long elongated one, this is Blephariostoma. These are, and the left corner, this is the Scapania species. In Jungermanial, these are the representative some genera of leafy liverwort, which is dominant in our country. These are the some pictures of micro photograph of some with the stereo zoom binocular microscope. You can see the simple bilobed leaf to complicate by this leaf lobule structure. There are different kind of leaf arrangement and the perianth arrangement. You see somewhere perianth are terminal, some are somewhere straight terminal, but they are in between the branches. Somewhere it is you see the perianth structure of Cololeuginia, and this is Lopoleuginia sequences. See, now come to the Markensial. Markensial thallus form only the this Markensia and Lunularia are characterized by gamma cup. You see that you can easily identify. In Lunularia cruciata, the gemma is that semi-lunar shape, and in Markensia they are cup shaped. So based on that you can differentiate the genera. See left hand side, left upper hand side, this is Rixia rosette, and see below horseshoe shaped male enthridiophore of Plagiocosma. This is a member of Itoniaceae, and this is Markensia papillata subspecies Gracibarba in center. And right hand side, this is male plant of Estrella bailiciana, and the below on the Estrella bailiciana female plant. These are the member of Metzgerial. Metzgerial, especially this, you see these are Ricardia, this is Phasambronia, this is again Metzgeria. These are some dominant genera illustration. You see this is Saphonaria hyalina. This is intermediate form of leafy liverwort and thallus liverwort. You see the below you can see the compact thallus here, and upper one the leafy structure. So this is connecting link between the leafy form and thallus form. And this photograph is on left hand corner upper side, and these are some important species of Pilea vixenia lely, and these are some photograph here. Blessia pusilla found in western Himalaya only. This is Metzgeria. This is Epometzgeria, having this pubescent hair on both the surfaces. These are some drawing. This is of Jungermania. This is of Redula. This is Leujunia. This is Lopoleuginia. These are some photographs showing lobule structure of this Cololeuginia. You see how they are lobule here. There are another papillae type papillae left hand side or right hand side. Depend on that we identify the genus. See, this is cuticle pattern of a leaf of leafy liverwort or Leujunia. These are thallus morphology. You see, this is Estrella, this is Targionia. Here, that naviculate involucre, ventral side, this is found, and this is Conocephalum. This is Conocephalum japonicum. This is Markensia, monoecious. This is structure. This is our 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All are Markensia 11. These are the epidermal pore, have showing different characteristics with the concentric ring and their rings, cells within the rings. And this is thallus anatomy. You see, sometimes they are, you see, this is the structure of Conocephalum conicum. You can see the conical flask shaped cell. This is a single layered thallus cross section of layer. This is multi-layered 1, 2, 2, 3, and 7 and 6. Not 6, 2, 3, and 7. This is multi-layered air chambers found usually in family Atoniaceae. These air chambers are having capability of absorption of water so that the plant can sustain or exist in aeric condition. And this is cross section of Markensia. You see the same barrel shaped pore, epidermal pore. Here you barrel in 6 number. These are the characteristic, and here this is cross section of Erixia 8 and 9. These are the anatomy. On the basis of that you can identify this different plant phylosophy. See, this is Gemi and rhizoid, how they present in thallus form, and rhizoid. You see, this is a smooth walled rhizoid, aseptate. In liverwort, this is aseptate, but in masses you will see the septa is there. Even though there are two kinds, one is tuberculate, see tubercles on the rhizoid, and here without tubercle, simple. And this is Lunularia cruciata. This is gemma of semi-lunar shape. This is cup-shaped gemma, and this is disc-shaped gemma found in Conocephalum japonicum. These are the spore. You see the spore under SEM electron microscope. You see here triradiate mark. This is found in this proximal surface. Proximal surface must side of attachment of the spore under spore tetrad. So these are having tendency of forming Mercedes-Benz structure. This is the distal part. Left hand side distal part, second row, and in second row this Stephensonia pediculatum, this is the proximal phase. And you see here on apex apical row, this first row, there are double culturing in sporoderm pattern. They are apolar spore having these tubercles and vermiculations underneath. On surface they are vermiculate and they are tuberculate on the another side, same side. And see, this is double reticulation. This is Targuna spore. These are cryptopolar spores having tendency of formation of these triradiate mark. This is papillate spore of Thalamia pusilla, and this is spore of triradiate or polar spores of Pricia quadrata. Below is Rixia structa, and this left hand side Monoselenium tenerum. This is also cryptopolar. These are some members of Anthoceratales. Liverwort already I told much. This is a member of Anthocerat. Left hand side you see. This is that Anthoceras. Right hand side Folioceras, and in center Notothallus, and this below left corner this is Pheoceras, and right hand corner this is Megaceras. These are 5 genera found in Anthoceratales. I am not going to much detail, but only 38 species, 39 species of this, and majority of the dominant genera is that Notothallus and Anthoceras is there, and Folioceras are also having more than 10 species. With these few characteristics, now I thank you all for giving me opportunity to say something about this bryophyte, especially on liverwort. Thank you very much. Now, if you anybody wish to ask any question, you can shoot. Hello. It seems everyone get exhausted. No question, huh?
Is there any queries? Anyone from online participants and from offline participants? So I guess there is no queries at all. So we will end the program here. So, but before ending, once again, thank you so much, Dr. S.K. Das. And sorry, S.K. Singh, sir. Now I request Chao Narayani to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of organizing team, I would like to thank Sri Siddhi Munyak for welcome address and Dr. A. Mao for the inaugural address, and all the eminent speakers, Dr. S. Das, Dr. A. Benjamin, Dr. Pratibha Gupta, and Dr. S.K. Singh, sir, for taking out their valuable time and sharing your experience and knowledge with us. Lastly, I would like to thank all the participants from different institutions for joining with us online and offline. Thank you all. And kind request to all the participants to kindly join with us tomorrow also. All these presentations from the STEAM resource persons are for your benefit. So I request you all to join with us tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chao Narayani, for vote of thanks. So it's an announcement. Tomorrow we have very interesting topic to be covered by eminent speakers. So I request all the participants to attend tomorrow's program as well. We start our program serve at 10 a.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, Daksha.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your time with us.